Lo and behold, a fascinating combination of greed, pride, lust. Oh, and wannabes. My dearest leading man brandishes himself like a lowly bourgeoisie. The affectionate gaze and the flirtatious chuckle. Seems like my supporting actress has found her better role. The elegy of a shadow sings the unattainable wonders and gloom reality. I hope this bedtime story doesn't end in a hurry. The swinging steps and the lively melodies, the meticulous portrayals and the fame-seeking parodies, all of which converge below the spotlight and belongs to me.
这份卑微的工作也不记得做了多久，我好像什么都不记得了，除了关于那件发明的模糊记忆。初次相见就已经确定，除了它，我再也不会喜欢别的事物了。要知道，拥有自己的发明，那种感觉真是太美好了。可他为什么总觉得我的想法是错的？直到电流直击大脑，我仍然没有找到这个答案。他死了，但谁又能保证下一个不会是我呢？后来，有人帮我脱了罪，但侥幸逃生或许更糟糕。那伟大的发明依旧无法完成，直到那封信的出现。我相信，他会让一切继续。
终于来了吗？这庸俗人间的谄媚之音。误入歧途的孩子，就该再度接受我们的洗礼。不，这可不是最好的方式。地狱来客的羔羊，不容沾染人间的野蛮。对于音乐家而言，乐理才是真正的武器。舞台已经拉开，来自地狱的交响乐已经响起。
幻想是妄想的雕塑台，妄想却成了刺入艺术家心脏的雕刻刀。雕像被刻刀塑造成像，它却被刻刀一次次地划伤。当无畏试探时，却发现自己普通的不能再普通。当你展现出才华，却又深究隆重。只能放弃交流，沉浸于虚无之中。直到那冰冷的杰作变得炙热。
信仰之于部落，就如同灵魂之于人，而巫女理应是这份信仰的守护者。但再虔诚的守护者也会感到迷茫，尤其是当那位探险家出现在丛林之后。对于葵来说，比起密林的宝藏，更令他着迷的是这里掩藏着的真相。而另一边，新任巫女在成年之夜选择了与前任相同的命运。艰险疑问接踵而至，探寻的道路仿佛是命运的一场玩笑。不知是巧合还是早已注定，真相远比想象的要离奇。毕竟，背弃神明的人，总是要付出代价的。
从极北之地直插欧洲，这是本世纪伟大的创举。
下一站即将抵达斯摩棱斯克。
然而，大公的死，却让整列车厢的人都被贴上了嫌犯的标签。警长先生需要在这趟穿越风雪的旅程结束前，找出真相。
对于我们这些人而言，越亲密的人越危险。你说对吗，索菲亚小姐？啊，不对，应该称呼您为大公夫人。
索菲亚疑点重重，毕竟与王权相关的人都不那么简单。
这列车里藏着太多秘密与恶意，小心，陛下的恶犬可不怀好意。
大公夫人是无辜的，说到疑凶，不该先去问问那些尊贵的特使们吗？
大公夫妇之间的恩怨人尽皆知，真相其实早就清晰。
真相真的那么重要吗？血祭之时，我们所有的秘密与爱恨，都会像身后的故国一样遥不可及，不是吗？
下一站即将抵达斯摩棱斯克。下一站即将抵达布列斯特。下一站即将抵达布拉迪斯拉发。下一站即将抵达维恩。
他生来就背负无尽的才华，却从未全心接纳。但当来到巅峰，身处末路时，只需要轻轻点拨，他就会将自己完全出卖。你将看到整个世界的律动，也将被无处不在的琴弦所控制。尽情享受这份契约吧，让恶魔的弦音在整个世界奏响，直到终曲。若说这美人，老夫这平生只见过一人，不信您且看。这是个缔造了时代的女人，当然， 一个时代的缔造者，总会有那么一副巧言善辩的喉舌，以及一把没有感情的兵器。哎，可说到底，蜡烛的火焰下，不也是柔弱的灯芯吗？而火焰后面未曾被照亮的地方，足以倾覆时代的阴谋，正悄然涌现。
说来可笑，我曾相信过那些愚蠢的幻影，但那一切却随着这些世俗的喧嚣支离破碎。放弃浮华的表象，我选择重生，去探索那些真正帮助过我的小生命们。到密林去，或进入那些荒野。真正的智慧隐匿其中，而我将成为他们的主宰。
从我成为守墓人的那一天起，便知道，拉兹这座圣殿，我没有资格在此长眠。善者葬于圣殿，恶魔葬于殿外。谎言，但这是个让人兴奋的谎言。这肮脏的金钱，竟成了我通往圣殿的阶梯。但为了拉兹，这一切都值得。这该死的光，我察觉到了这些肮脏灵魂的恐惧。怪物，是我，还是他们？可笑！我只知道，我的信仰在那里召唤我。
Stuck here under this crust forever, searching the mystery. When I was gone, show me the faintest clue to see this new worldview. The curiosity can disappear. fascinating combination of greed, pride, lust. Oh, and wannabes. My dearest leading man brandishes himself like a lowly bourgeoisie. The affectionate gaze and the flirtatious chuckle. Seems like my supporting actress has found her better role. The elegy of a shadow sings the unattainable wonders and gloom reality. I hope this bedtime story doesn't end in a hurry. The swinging steps and the lively melodies, the meticulous portrayals and the fame-seeking parodies, all of which converge below the spotlight and belongs to me.
这份卑微的工作也不记得做了多久，我好像什么都不记得了，除了关于那件发明的模糊记忆。初次相见就已经确定，除了他，我再也不会喜欢别的事物了。要知道，拥有自己的发明，那种感觉真是太美好了。可他为什么总觉得我的想法是错的？直到电流直击大脑，我仍然没有找到这个答案。他死了，但谁又能保证下一个不会是我呢？后来，有人帮我脱了罪，但侥幸逃生或许更糟糕。那伟大的发明依旧无法完成，直到那封信的出现。我相信，他会让一切继续。
终于来了吗？这庸俗人间的谄媚之音。误入歧途的孩子，就该再度接受我们的洗礼。不，这可不是最好的方式。地狱来客的羔羊，不容沾染人间的野蛮。对于音乐家而言，乐理才是真正的武器。舞台已经拉开，来自地狱的交响乐已经响起。
幻想是妄想的雕塑台，妄想却成了刺入艺术家心脏的雕刻刀。
Alrighty, welcome back to day 3 of the Identity 5 Championship Southeast Asia 2020. It's going to be a really exciting Sunday that we have ahead of us today, because just these past 2 days, we finally got a glimpse of each team that has made it to the top 8 as far as how they would perform in an actual game. And now that we have a bit more information, the narrative is starting to build up, and it's getting all the more thrilling, not only just for us, but I'm pretty sure for you guys in the audience. But before we get into the nitty-gritty of things, we are going to be introducing ourselves as your MCs for today. I am Articuno, and joining me is Potch Spice.
I think you're able to just build the narrative right there, Articuno. I'm so excited. It is day number 3. We're slowly building those narratives and slowly seeing who's rising to the top and who has to, scramble for them to be able to get more points on the board to stay alive in this group of these group stages. Because in the end, we want to find the best of the best in Southeast Asia, and this is how we do it in IVC Southeast Asia 2020.
Yes, sirree. And okay, let's go ahead and give our initial impressions, I guess, as we head into this day. I mean,
Welcome to the Identity 5 Southeast Asia Championship Tournament 2020. Identity 5 is one of the top tier esports in both the Asia Pacific region and the North America Europe region, especially in Japan and Southeast Asia. There are 3 stages of the tournament: the preliminary rounds, the group stage, and the playoffs. First, 96 top ranked teams will register in-game to qualify online. In preliminary rounds, teams will be separated into 6 groups. Each group will contain 16 teams. Each team will compete against each other in a form of best-of-3 single elimination. The top team from each group will pass to the next stage. In the second stage, which is our group stage, top 6 teams will join with 2 invited teams from Call of the Abyss 3 to make for a total of 8 teams. The 8 teams will be separated into 2 groups of 4 teams. Each team will compete against each other in a best-of-3 round-robin format, with the top 2 teams from each group moving on to the playoff rounds. Finally, in the playoff round, each team will be placed against each other by seeding, and will compete in a best-of-3 double elimination format, with a final round to be played in a best-of-5 format. Group stages and playoffs will be live broadcast on the Identity 5 official social media channels. The loser finals and finals will be an offline event.
October 25th will mark the big day to find our champion in the IVC 2020 Southeast Asia.
Now, let's move on to the tournament rules. First, teams will compete in Legendary mode, wherein players are not allowed to use the same character in the same match. Each map will be separated into 2 halves. For the first half, survivors from Team A will compete with a hunter from Team B. Come the second half, the teams will switch sides. The survivors from Team B will compete with a hunter from Team A. A total of 7 maps are in the selection: Arms Factory, the Red Church, Sacred Art Hospital, Lakeside Village, Moonlit River Park, Leo's Memory, and our new addition to the competitive scene, Ever Sleeping Town. For the best-of-3 round, first round starts with the hunter able to ban 1 survivor, while survivors are left with no bans for hunter. After that, an increment of 1 character ban will be added per round. That said, for the second round, there will be 1 hunter and 2 survivors banned, while the third round will have 2 hunters and 3 survivors banned. In the event of an extra round, we'll be sticking with 2 hunters and 3 survivors banned like round 3. Now, for the best of 5. The first 3 rounds will follow the same banning pattern as the best of 3. However, for rounds 4 and 5, there will be a maximum ban of 3 hunters from the survivor side and 4 survivors from the hunter side. In case extra rounds are needed, we will use the same number of bans like round 5. Now let's talk about the scoring system. Each survivor escape counts as 1 point each, with another 1 bonus point awarded if all of them escape. On the flip side, hunters will get 1 point for each survivor sent back to the manor. If the hunter gets all of the survivors back to the manor, another bonus point will be awarded. The winner of the match will be determined based on the total score from both halves. For this example, in the first half, none of the survivors from Team A managed to escape, which means the hunter from Team B is awarded 5 points. Now, come the second half, let's say Team A manages to escape with 3 survivors getting 3 points, with the hunter from Team B getting 1 point. The total score of Team B are still higher than Team A, which means the winner of the match will be Team B. The tournament prize pool is a whopping 1 million Thai baht. Hope you all join us and catch the Identity 5 Southeast Asia Championship 2020. See you there.
And there you have it, folks. You know what, that sexy voiceover over there who had to just enlighten everyone and with what is happening and how they got to this stage. And now here is the team groupings. As Articuno mentioned, these are the standings and the narrative that we are building.
Yes, sir. We both, as we mentioned earlier, all of these teams have gotten a game each, and as the next few days roll by, this is where we really start to see how these groupings will be defined in terms of the rankings. Now, it's going to be interesting. Of course, once again, heading into this day, we get a game off of both Group A as well as Group B each, and that'll pretty much towards the end of the day propel one of each team closer to probably having a sense
A
of
better
comfort, I
placement.
guess, as
Hmm.
far as these points build up, they don't have to worry as much. Although naturally you want to give it your all, but at the same time, you want to aim to get these points earlier on, just so that you have a little bit more allowance to work with in case you do need it.
Yeah, they are allowed. As we mentioned in the previous days, the first rounds are usually a feeling out process. Same goes for the first couple of days. But then also, if you do start off running and you can maintain that, you do get a good placement in the group standings. So here are the matches of today, ladies and gentlemen. We have Mad Penguins, MP versus the Juggernaut, which is VX. Then towards in our later match, it's going to be OSM versus NR. So those are some pretty intense matches that we're going to see. First off, MP versus VX. Articuno, what are your thoughts on that?
Oh gosh, I mean, we were kind of talking about this earlier behind the scenes, and I think we've reached common consensus that VX is without a doubt a force to be reckoned with in this tournament. Now, it's naturally expected that a team that isn't VX or GK
Mm-hmm.
definitely has um, their work cut out for them. That's for sure. Going into this, whenever they do get to face off each other, but in
Mm-hmm.
this case, there's definitely going to be a lot more expectation coming in from the side of Mad Penguins in order to step up and hopefully prove a lot of people wrong that are thinking that VX, just by the pedigree, just by experience, just by their history that's being brought to the table, would be able to defy expectation.
All right, and let's check out the team. MP, as you said, that a lot of people are expecting because they got off to a rocky start because they did face GK at the start, and now they have another juggernaut ahead of them, which is VX. So we're starting things off with Siru, Elsie, Exler, Mochi, Laudi, and Shuni, the clutch priestess of day number 1. And here we go. Siru, we did see this hunter at the start with a dream witch at Leo's memory. But then they do have a sub hunter, which was she, and she did an amazing match. But now let's see if we'll see more of Zero because this Bloody Queen has been terrorizing the entire IVC. Even though we did say that she has been shifting around in the tier list, so to speak.
Yes, sir. Now we're looking at LC favoring a prospector. We haven't seen that prospector come to bigger things just yet, but hopefully within this group stage we see something amazing off of LC. MP, of course, has been playing much more to what could potentially propel them to win, and now we have Exer Mochi rocking the mercenary as preference.
All these team comps really prioritize the mercenary to be the main rescuer and decoder. The main rescuer and kiter, and as well as a very good pairing is a forward, Laudi rocking that forward. And we've seen some highlighted clips of how that tackle could be utilized to full effect. And Shuni, one of the highlights of day number 1 for me was when she got that clutch escape in the dungeon. Against 72S. So I'm really excited to see this priestess come to fruition. And you know what? Shuni actually has kited for a while in terms of really containing the hunter. So again, they're just leveling up and getting those experiences down because they did face one of the best teams, which was GK, and now they're up against VX.
Yeah, I mean, what a back-to-back dilemma that Mad Penguins is facing. They're just barely catching their breath after facing GK, but now they suddenly find themselves going up against VX, and you guys have to take note. VX was the only team that was able to end the best of 3 by round 2. Everyone else had to play all the way up until the 3rd round. But I guess the good thing for Mad Penguins going into this is at least they went up with a formidable team, and it is feasible for them to push it all the way to a round 3. Now, this is just going to be another test for them, whether or not they could build up momentum from here with what they've learned. But you know what? Let's go ahead and check out their opposition. VX with God J, Captain Kun, Joseph XD, Synchros, as well as Earth. These 5 have really come in with questions as to whether or not their synergy was on point with a bit of the shakeups that they've done to the roster, and they haven't disappointed at all. Look at God J again. We cannot stress enough how monumental an 87.7% win rate he has on this Dream Witch. So a lot of big things that we're expecting off of him.
Yep, I'm really excited to see that Dream Witch. And moving on to Capcun, that Seer really bought his team a lot of time in day 2. And you know what? Aside from having a very monumental hunter, they have actually very coordinated survivors because they got 4-man outs yesterday. That's why it was such a dominant performance by VX. Joseph XD rocking the mechanic, but rest assured that he can rock other characters as well as the mercenary, perfumer, and as such. And as mentioned yesterday, that there are 2 new imports from VX, one being Synchros, and Synchros played this priestess to perfection, and I believe Synchros was actually MVP at one point in game 1. So that's excellent stuff on the side of VX and how they were able to get Synchros and GodJ, former GX team, former GK members. Now, we have Earth as well with the mercenary. And what was interesting about Earth yesterday was he was actually switched out for Ling Tian. So that's another ace they have in their back pocket because Ling Tian really did a lot of damage in terms of really buying time for the survivors with his scary forward that we've even seen in Call of the Abyss 3.
Yes, sir. And I mean, just tallying things up with the information that we've been talking about, it's really going to be a challenge at the end of the day. There's no way to tiptoe around the reality of the situation. But you know what? I am all for underdog stories right here. I would love to see if Mad Penguins can rise up to the challenge today, Butch. So,
and as we mentioned before, that VX is the Goliath in this matchup. They do have the tournament experience. They do have as well the veteran experience in terms of the players. And MP is the underdog of this match. But hey, we've been proven wrong. We've been proven wrong in the past. So we'll see if MP will make us believers in how they're able to adjust in this sort of matchup. Now, you did mention that God J with that very scary Dream Witch, 80+% win rate. He hasn't brought it out yet, Articuno. He has only brought out the Bloody Queen. So could this mean that he brings it out today?
Oh, man, I would love to see it. Since you've already brought up the topic, let's go ahead and talk about hunter trends that we've been seeing here at the, I was almost going to say Call of the Abyss, IVC. So, yeah, we initially went into this expecting a lot of Dream Witch. We've only seen specks of Dream Witch, in which case what has been a recurring thing, I think, for a lot of these teams was this Bloody Queen, and with too much success. If you think about it, we haven't really seen any Bloody Queens throughout the past 2 days that has been on the losing end of things, I would say, to a monumental degree, a lot of which we've been seeing higher success of these hunter victories when we see the Bloody Queen fielded. Other options which are kind of secondary to Bloody Queen in terms of pick percentage was Guard 26 as well as the Violinist. So we do have this trio which also puts Dream Witch aside. But yeah, that's been a peculiar circumstance for me.
Yeah, having a Bloody Queen, as you mentioned, being a trend, I think a Bloody Queen is a very solid pick, and especially coming out of the meta of Call of the Abyss 3, where she was so dominant, I guess they just have to really adjust how they use the skill, that mirror of the Bloody Queen, because it has been changed so that the cooldown time is a lot longer, so they have to use it sparingly. And you did mention that the success rate of the Bloody Queen has been pretty steady. So I think that Bloody Queen could really do well in those big maps, which I believe that's been a trend in this IVC tournament because of how it's able to counter the Dream Witch and how spread out they have to be. Case in point, MP picking a Dream Witch in Leo's memory. And it was countered. It was countered to perfection with the map, because that's how I believe it was GK that picked that, or GK that they faced, and their survivors was just so spread out, so the Dream Witch wasn't able to really just get her presence felt by those survivors.
Oh man, and it's kind of scary to think about how it might play out this time around. I think one question that I have at the back of my mind is this going to lean towards yet another 2-0 in favor of VX? Because in all fairness, out of all the teams that we've seen, I would say VX is quite my favorite right now, not just because of the fact that they only needed up to 2 rounds, but it's also because of their coordination as a team, especially looking at their survivors, is just it's on a whole different level. It's on a whole different plane for me. But you know what? Let's go ahead and see how it comes out as we head into the pick and ban. MP will be starting off on the survivor side, whilst God J repping as usual for Hunter on VXs.
All right, we're seeing a seer ban at the start in Arms Factory. Could we see the Dream Witch come out, because we've seen how effective the Dream Witch can hunt in a compact space? Or are we going to see the Bloody Queen? Because again, there are no Hunter bans in the first round. And what are we seeing? We are seeing the signature Dream Witch of God J, while MP is rocking a very formidable pick with 3 rescue characters, a forward, a mercenary, a gravekeeper, and Shuni with that barmaid.
Yeah, and one thing I'd like to highlight is this is one of those rare instances we see one of the members of our so-called Survivor Triumvirate absent, even though we only have one ban, which was the Seer. But then again, I guess mechanic can be foregone given what Mad Penguins is bringing to the table. This is the second barmaid that we're seeing in this tournament, so I'm really looking forward to see whether or not MP can pull it off this time around.
And they're really going for a accelerated decoding meta. They want to be able to last as long, especially knowing God J here, shifting already, going to the shack, trying to look for his first target to leech while he sees LC. Now, God J, seeing that it's a very rescue-heavy meta that they brought to the table, he's going to have to commit to one and hope that he's able to, find out one survivor. Find Cloudy over here at the sandbag, and now leeches his first survivor. God J is on a hunt.
Oh my gosh, God J. Question is, where is he going to be pinning his focus towards? From what we're seeing here, it does look like he's going to be checking out the shack area, and he does get a feeler off of LC, and that will be just keeping him in range for now until such time he can get the hold on him.
Yeah, he already has a leech on Gravekeeper, but he can remove it. I think he's just waiting for the Gravekeeper to get out of the burrow state, and he does. God J setting his sights on Elsie with his main follower. Elsie's still buying a lot of time from this team, and you have to note that this team doesn't really decode as fast. Really has to wait for that accelerated decoding for them to really push for the getting a lot of distance away from that follower. Gravekeeper, on the other hand, now getting chased. Cloudy moving over again, wants to sandbag, trying to get a swipe in, and luckily for Gravekeeper, that was his leech that hit him, and now he is free from the curse of the Dream Witch for now.
Yes, free. I mean, even though God J hasn't necessarily been able to get a better hold on one of these survivors, the fact is, considering how proactive he has been across the map, it hasn't necessarily been helping MP's fall early. They've constantly found themselves needing to rotate a bit towards different ciphers just because of the pressure that we're seeing from this Dream Witch so far.
And aggression is coming out of God J. Excellent blink there, downing the Gravekeeper. He does not have any more shovels, so it's going to be a little hard for the side of MP. Now, God J going to need the Gravekeeper just for presence as he is camping him out. Gonna clean up the real estate for now, but let's see which rescuer will commit to saving this Gravekeeper. Trying to rotate around through the pallet, and God J still on the main body, trying to survey the area, sees the mercenary, tries to make a swipe at him, gets the swipe, clean rescue out of the mercenary, but unfortunately, last effort stop.
Oh man, there we go. God J, all a matter of time, just waiting for that Gravekeeper to drop, in which case, This is pretty good for MP, though, in all fairness. A lot of focus has been towards the pace, which allows so much time to build tuning, as well as Elsie to try to work on like boosting as much as possible so that they have a better leg up if ever it does come to a point where the maximum potency of how much logic can keep Gotcha preoccupied comes. So, yeah,
True.
honestly, both ways.
Oh, just a little delay here, ladies and gentlemen, but so far, Godjay has been doing the work, and he has been focusing his attention on one specific survivor, which was the Gravekeeper. Excellent stuff, even though that these survivors are really focused more on lasting as long until the accelerated decoding was popped. You actually saw that the barmaid was actually doing her work and gave the mercenary a drink. So now another thing he has to worry about is hitting that mercenary quite a couple of times because the mercenary can eat a lot of hits.
Yeah, definitely. And we have a little bit of pause, just waiting for the players to sort everything out so that all is good so that we can get back into the game. But yeah, as I was saying, it's really come down to God J pressuring a lot of the ciphers. It
Well,
is a bit
yeah.
unfortunate that it hasn't necessarily translated to getting down survivors a bit faster, but I think it's okay for now since MP still has a bit of a way to go. It comes to a point where there's like bits and pieces of decoding, and then with the sudden presence of a Dream Witch in a certain area, rotate again, work on Cipher, rotate. So it's been kind of ping pongy so far how this first half has been going.
Right. And I think it's a great job in how they're defending. It's still a tug of war. The momentum hasn't shifted drastically into anyone's favor as of now because when you're facing a Dream Witch, you're constantly under pressure no matter where you are in the map because of that main body. And if he'll be able to leech you out of nowhere, and you have to get that leech out, and it takes a while. And you saw that he was running Blink. And that's another thing that they have to worry about when it comes to kiting this very deadly Dream Witch. And bringing it back to the numbers, Kajay's Dream Witch is no laughing matter with 80% win rate. So he was actually playing the Dream Witch to full efficiency as of now, but the Survivor pick seems to be, just giving him a hard time, as you mentioned, in terms of downing them early on in the game. So no drastic snowball as of now in terms of Godjay's Dream Witch, but you know what? It's still neck and neck, and that's what's really exciting about this game.
Yes, sirree. And I think as it goes on, it still doesn't really show anything just yet on the Survivor side. Sure, it's taking longer because of the constant rotations, but at the same time, the positive is that at some point they'll get the pop on faster decoding, accelerated decoding. So that's a plus. On the flip side as well, it's okay for Godjay to take his time a bit with this Dream Witch, since at the end of the day, they are playing on Arms Factory. It's a tighter map, and with a tighter map, it just gives you much more leeway to manage your manage your little I'm trying to think of a different way to put it, but I'm just gonna straight up say disciples and followers.
Yeah, the followers for sure. Because with a bigger map comes more areas to survey or surveil. Because with Arms Factor, yeah, as you mentioned, those small maps, you can actually let your little disciples, as you say, like roam around and do their thing as they follow. As you called out at the start, the Gravekeeper was in his burrow state. So he was able to leave his follower then and there because he wanted to get that clean hit and not let the shovel get the hit of that survivor. And now we're back to the action. It's the Gravekeeper once again take a round at that rocket chair.
Yes, sir. Oh man, this is Lottie's second time on the rocket chair. Now, question is, how will the saves go? There's actually quite a bit in the. It is there. You have to be a bit more careful. There we go. Get to the hit. And take note, if Logie suffers one more hit, that's going to be game over for him. And there's still 4 ciphers that MP has to work with. Although, based on what we've been seeing, there should be some of those ciphers that are almost good to go. So
Yep.
MP is still at a steady pace.
Yeah, steady pace, and now we're going to see Route see the Rock for a third time. Excellent forward tackle, by the way, but unfortunately, he was able to shift his sights to another follower for him to be able to really stop that save from that rescue from happening and snowballing from there. And unfortunately, the Gravekeeper will be heading back to the Manor. If you look at the resources that they have, the Barmaid really did a little cleanup there and healed up the Mercenary and the forward, but it's still a game as we see 4 ciphers left with 3 very healthy survivors.
Yes, sir. Ah, man. I'm really wondering how this is going to go for MP. As we can see, LC should be good darn done with one of these ciphers. 3 ciphers remaining on the count, though. But you have to take note, the less survivors that MP has, it just makes it so much easier for God J to manage his ball on such a close and tight map.
And as we were talking, 2 hits clean on the Mercenary, and it's about time he's going to be falling down. And we're going to see another Leech survivor just waiting for that Mercenary to be able to fall down so he'll be seeing that round on the rocket there. See constant movement and constant surveillance on the side of God J. Just moving around, making sure that no ciphers are popping. Even though we hear the wiggling happening, now that we see 2 healthy survivors going around the map, it's going to be pretty tough for them to be able to make the save as well as focus on those objectives.
Ooh, a little bit of a struggle there that he had putting Mercenary to the Rocketeer, but you know what? All is well. 2 ciphers remaining. Let's go ahead and see who's going to commit to rescue Judy. So there you go. Already gets the first hit on this army. A little bit far, not able to get the Rocketeer yet. There we go. LC on land. It should be fine. Tries to close the gap. So didn't quite work out there, but all is well. He's still hot on the trail. So also trying to put some pressure on the shooting, but looks like second time. Works like a charm for him as he manages to down the Barmy.
Yeah, beautiful blink there over here at 3 palace or the top. She clears to call it. Just when we thought he was safe, the lead was able to the follower was able to get out of it. And now another Barmaid, while 2 of the rescuers are going to have to focus on themselves on getting those leeches out and probably even healing themselves up. Extra much is touching the cipher, but then hot on the tail is God J. Now still patrolling the areas. 2 ciphers left. You see Articuno that, some of these ciphers are halfway done. So it's a matter of priority on what they go for it.
Right-o. And oh man, this is really tricky for MP at this point. Both Mercenary as well as the forward, halfway through the health bars. Mercenary probably going to be the much more feasible to go for the save because he could at least take another hit and have those few extra seconds to distance himself before he goes down. But it's definitely a risk that MP is playing at this point.
And you call it, Mercenary did go that first hit, and now they try to make their escape with the Mercenary at the expense of the Mercenary's health. 2 ciphers left, lower left part of the screen says that cipher is only 1/4 way done. So now it is a matter of time until God J is really protecting that center cipher. God J releasing that Mercenary just so he stays put, and still the constant movement of the main bot and as well as the followers is just something to just highlight here from God J.
Right. And that was a bit unfortunate. Exeter Machi will be brought to the chair. Swap her right away to sniff out the next target. Now this is perfectly well for God J. Don't necessarily have to rush the tree, but you could play it a bit more methodically, play it a bit more patient. Because, as I said earlier, the more the numbers dwindle for the survivors, the more manageable it is for this team which to nail every single one of these guys from MP. And for God J's case, rather, he's pretty much taking off all conditions being set off in order to make this Dreamwish effective in this particular half.
Exactly, and she's still staying with that Mercenary as well as guarding that cipher. Even though there are 2 ciphers left, he doesn't want anyone touching that center cipher at 3 pallets. and now just shifting and constantly rotating around the map to find the best optimal target, while the forward and the barmaid still have some resources to work with, but they're trying to get their leeches off of them. Forward was able to, but barmaid is still hot on the heels with one of the leeches following her. Now Shuni over here outside of factory will try to kite her going to get by time for her teammate, but the blink is going to prevail, and we have a downed barmaid.
Oh man, that is super unfortunate. Now, all God J has to do is to get the knockdown onto Elsie. And look at that. Pressure continues. Actually, Elsie managing to finish that cipher before making outpost haste. But this is so tricky at this point. The followers are already creeping down on his tail.
That's true. Gajay still, just still playing the patient game. Knew that he had to give up that cipher just so that he was able to down that barmaid. The barmaid does get up, and now if he does hit that barmaid, she has no chance of recovering until Elsie can be on the rest, be able to pick her up. Now, speaking of Elsie, catches the window. How unfortunate though, but good job on the side of Gajay.
Oh, that was super unfortunate. I can see what Elsie was going for. Was trying to play the mind games there, but unfortunately was just met by a follower instead. Nonetheless, good effort. We're seeing Shumi, though, another person that's kind of dealing with another follower on his tail. So God J has all the right things going on for him right now. It's such massive pressure that MP is incurring at this point in time.
Yeah, and as Gajay was patrolling the area, I believe I saw the barmaid pass the dungeon area, so she knows where it's at. And the barmaid is just hiding over here near like towards the north side of the factory. I believe she's trying to find some resources to work with and find her way out. But Gajay gets a whiff of that barmaid and starts to reach her. And this is only good for MP so far. We have a down forward and half-life barmaid. How long can she last until this dungeon is open?
Yeah, man, this is unfortunate. Elsie back on that rocket ship. Oh gosh, barmaid though, Shuni trying to establish some distance, but unfortunately that blink did the trick. And ladies and gents, God J once again truly living up to the God in God J as he takes down all 4 survivors in our first half of game 1.
Yep. Excellent stuff. Excellent usage of the blink. Really was able to. It was a diesel start, but that's what happens when you're facing a rescue heavy lineup. You really have to make sure that you're patient when you're going up against a gravekeeper that can eat a lot of hits, a forward that's constantly pressuring you, and a mercenary that can also eat a lot of hits. Well, the barmaid was healing each and every one of them. So you know what? He really lives up to that percentage that we just saw, because that was Dream Witch at its finest. So congratulations to Gajay. And Mad Penguins are still not out of it. Maybe it's just a feeling out process. In the second round, we are going to see a banned Hunter. So this could favor them if they're able to get that Dream Witch out of here.
Yes, sirree. Now let's talk about Mad Penguins a bit more. What I will commend them on is, number one, they played it just as patiently as Gajay in that game. And I was also kind of paying attention to how the layout of the ciphers were. It just became much more complicated because of the pressure. Plus, like I said, the less survivors you have to work with, it just becomes so much easier for a Dream Witch to micromanage his followers, knowing very well where to commit to. But you know what? Before I dig in further, let's go ahead and check out the match data. Excellent watching, really buying a lot of time here, as you can see, with the mercenary. 87 seconds of containment time. But you know what? A hell lot of hits on the flip side for Gajay. 15 attack hits, man.
Yeah, it's a lot. Actually, all these guys, the forward, the gravekeeper, and the barmaid as well, spent their time containing the hunter, because, again, it was just constant pressure, as you mentioned, and constant oppression coming out of the Dream Witch. It was a slow and steady pace, but, the result of that Dream Witch really shined through. And Gajay just making a mark in the IVC, showing everyone that he's a Dream Witch not to be messed with. 15 attack hits, as you mentioned. Six pallets destroyed, 7 knockdowns. The destruction on this man is real. And, Mad Penguins really has to do some adjusting when it comes to spacing Gaje.
Yes, sirree. And take note, that's only the first half of round one. So the scales can still tip towards any of these sides' favor. Yeah, just to talk a little bit more deeper about what I liked about Mad Penguins.
Yes,
One thing
please.
I noticed is how they managed their ciphers. Now, there was a point in time where I noticed that the way that they, as far as the remaining ciphers, when there were still about two more that they needed to take down, it was very widely spread, one towards shack ruins, one towards shack, and one towards factory ruins. So you have like ciphers towards extreme parts of the map. I think that was very smart coming in from Mad Penguins, just so that since Arms Factory is so small, you want to maximize the distance that you have between the ciphers that you're trying to prep. That way, you kind of force Gaje in a position where he's forced to think twice about where he commits his followers, who he leeches towards. But yeah, at the end of the day, it just becomes so much more complicated when you're dealing with a Dream Witch with numbers that continue to dwindle on your survivor side. Once MP was kind of left with two, that is where things just got hugely complicated.
Yeah,
For
and one of
Lethal.
those two is actually in at the center, 3 pallets, the box area for those OGs. And it was very unfortunate as well because he was able to chair the mercenary there, and the primed cipher was there. So the forward had to commit to actually approaching that area, even though he knew that Gaje was monitoring that cipher. And kudos to the perfumer buying a little bit of time just so that the forward would be able to pop that. But it was down to that last cipher that you mentioned, where everything got a lot more complicated with two survivors left, and it was pretty tough, especially when the Dream Witch gets that slow, suffocating snowball game going. So excellent stuff on Gaje's part. He played that game to perfection in terms of Dream Witch gameplay. And Mad Penguin's still not out of it. They're still able to adjust. And I believe it's Siru now that's going to be hunting on the side of Mad Penguins.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting. This second half, I think, will really set the tone for what we have because, again, we've been talking about how consistent VX might be looking as we go along here at the IVC. So that said, if we see yet another dominating performance from VX this earlier on, MP will have to really pick up the pace moving
Right.
forward. If you're MP, you don't want to be yet another team that faces VX that easily ends their best of 3-1 as early as round 2 without getting the chance to try to push the boundaries further in round 3 towards a reversal.
So they got to put the pedal to the metal in this second half. And I believe Siru, if we're going to look back at day number 1, he did try using a Dream Witch in Leo's memory. Now we're at Arms Factory. We might actually see a Dream Witch back-to-back match, depending on how Siru feels. And if he does that, I think that's it. He's really able to take the fight to VX. Not to discount VX, though, because their survivors are very formidable. Synchros being one of them, Earth, Ling Tian, all those guys. So I'm really excited to see that matchup.
Yes, sirree. So, you know what, Putch? This is going to be really, really exciting because we'll be heading straight into the game for our second half of round 1.
Yep,
Again,
we
it
see
is-
Siru rocking the Dream Witch, and we're going to see a Mechanic, Mercenary, Gravekeeper, and Priestess. We're seeing the same old Mercenary, Gravekeeper in this matchup, but the Mechanic and Priestess might have something new to add to this equation. Siru finding his first target, and it is going to be the Priestess at Shack area.
Yeah, oh man. Sierra looks like, okay, we already have one of these followers trying to get blind of committing towards a survivor. Takes down the quarter easily. Don't want to deal with that around the shack. And yeah, there you go. All
And
the matter
Synchros being a very slippery Priestess is something to worry about in terms of Siru chasing and still going after it because, yeah, the Priestess is the one that is leeched. Moving his attention now and able to get Earth out of that containers and water tank cipher. And now still moving his attention, Synchro so dropping the pallet and continuing the chase.
Oh man, there you have it. Already a whack on to Synchros here. And looks like he ain't gonna be slowing down anytime Kuhn really wants to go for the full commit in which case, but Synchros establishing a respectable distance so far, goes straight into working around that shack area. Meanwhile, getting lined up, so you want to be careful there.
Now it is Earth that is leached. We have 2 leech survivors. Priestess is still trying to, just kite her way out of that situation. Now we're following the main body outside of Factory. And now, Synchros, we're seeing the follower of that Priestess. Now, they're still monitoring the Factory. Earth is the mercenary that is the one that is leached. And you know what? These survivors are doing a great job of shifting the attention when the blink was used, and we're going to see a downed Priestess.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there for Synchros. Nonetheless, all the more better for Zero here, not really needing to worry too much about these prolonged chases earlier on. Had a bit of a way to go, though, before he could commit a follower towards Synchros. But unfortunately, it took a little bit too much time, which was just enough for Synchros to get himself up back on track.
Yeah, she was able to get back up, and the chase is still ongoing. And Synchros is running for her life as she's able to teleport into the shack. What about this? Hit! Oh my gosh, well-placed air shock on this side.
Lovely. But, I mean, this is still great for VX. The fact that Synchros was able to keep this Dream Witch preoccupied for so long, plus the fact that as he's strapped in Rocketeer, this is only his first time, that's a huge amount of leeway that VX is working with right now towards making sure they could comfortably prep these ciphers to a point where it becomes much more manageable for them in the long run.
Now, Mercenary will be leached once again, but we see that the dungeon is right there, right at the center, back down in the center. Excellent for the Mercenary, but he's able to get that Priestess out of that rocket chair. Synchros is back on the chase. Wow, excellent place, only team to gather some distance away from this follower of the Dream Witch. Synchros now moving to the back of the chat.
Oh man, that is a little bit of a distance that Synchros was able to have. Now, question is, will we be seeing Siru commit towards the target? He's trying to sniff things out again towards VX's side, but on the flip side, take note, Watch, we're still with 4 survivors up and only 1 cipher remaining. This is huge for VX's survivor side. Wait a minute, you know what? It doesn't matter. They decided to pop it right away, and it's looking pretty darn good here for VX. At minimum, expectation, maybe 3 survivors out of the lead, but 4 is a huge possibility as this goes on.
True, and they have snowballing from the momentum of Godjay. This is actually going all VX's way right now as the mechanical hit top the last cipher. Still, we're over here at the real estate of our outside the factory, and we're oh wow, excellent pallet drop by Joe Sexy as over the containment tank here. To drop it. Oh, baits it out. Excellently placed swipe on the side of MCU.
Oh man, what's the game plan for Zero this time, though? Does he just settle with taking Joseph, or will he try to continue to commit to taking down more survivors? The gate is already open, though. Synchro's already out of there, just looking to take that step, and looks like the switcheroo comes in where, you know what, we're going to play it safer. Let's make sure that we strap Joseph to that box here.
Excellent cleanup on Zero's side, seeing that long only to make sure that the survivors don't get out. We're going to see a shared mechanic. Interesting stuff here. The doll is still in effect. Let's see how long it lasts. Oh, actually hit on the side of Zero. Your left side sees one of the survivors camping there at the pallet. And Earth, with the mercenary, tries to make his approach, and now he's going to be chased. No leech survivors so far at this end game argument.
Oh man, tricky. Zero goes for the switch once again. Make sure to want to check on Joseph here. But look at Captain Kuhn, though. He actually might want in on trying to go for the save.
He's trying to go for it, but no. Again, you have the excellent camping of Zero just with these 2 followers It's a little risky to go for it, but he is tempting fate. We see a mercenary as well. We have an escape ending now. The mercenary takes the hit. Oh my gosh, Articuno, they're going to try to go for it. They're going to try to go for the 4-man out. What is going to happen? It is a foot race towards the factory exit. We're going to see a teleported follower here to try to block everyone, and now we have a stalemate.
Oh my gosh, this is VX. They have no plans of playing it safe right here. They want to maximize the moment, but wait a minute! They actually made it past the gate, ladies and gents! It is gonna be VX with the perfect 10 towards the end of round 1. Wow.
They have been snowballing since yesterday and steamrolling their way into getting so much points. So congratulations, VX, probably one of the strongest survivor teams out there. Them able to tempt fate there. That was so dangerous. They weren't satisfied with the 3-man out. They wanted that mechanic out of there as well. And kudos to them being able to have that synchronized rescue.
I mean, at that point, let's say, should have things gone wrong, I guess the worst would have obviously been all of them going down all of a sudden. That would have been horrible. But I think what they were banking on was the minimum casualty of at least 2-2. Because they already had the full 5 points during the first half to propel them into winning this first round anyway.
Yes.
But what I really appreciate is the fact that they did go back. They did risk going for the save. And that's what you need to do. Sometimes you don't want to always play it safe. If you have the leeway to secure as many points as you can, then you go for it. On top of that, what I will say is you just look at how some of the other games prior went, where a lot of teams this earlier round 1, they would just be content with, you know what, we could just easily sacrifice one of our guys on the rocket chair because of the detention. That's a natural thing to happen. But not VX. VX, they really want to play to win here. And if play to win means making sure that they get bigger numbers right off the bat, then they'll take it. And very impressed. Love the mindset.
Yeah, that's one way to make a statement here at the IVC Southeast Asia 2020. And I think that confidence came from how well Godjay performed. They had the leeway because they pretty much dominated that first half. And coming into that second half, they were like, all right, you know what? And you highlighted it. They still have that mentality of getting as much as possible and really pushing everything to the limit and seeing how much they can get away with. And you saw that they got away with 4-man out, another 5 points. That's a perfect 10 in my book, Articuno, and also on the scoreboards for the side of VX. So we didn't lie when we said MP has an arduous task ahead of them as they face GK and now VX. So really, pressure is on them, how they will respond in round number 2, because VX is looking pretty darn good.
Yes, sirree. And this really makes me all the more excited for what we might be seeing moving forward. Yeah, let's go ahead and check out the end game match data here. Can we just also highlight real quick that 300% from the mechanic? Oh my god.
And 44 seconds of kiting, so she did spend her time containing that hunter. You see Zero here, 8 attack hits, 4 knockdowns, and 1 pallet destroyed. She really had her, Zero, the Dream Witch, had her sights set on a lot of things, as she was able to really set her sights on that priestess early on, but then excellent awareness from Synchros to be able to get up right away and still continue the chase. It was very unfortunate that once he got knocked down, the main body was trying to move over just so she could leech the priestess. But then once he got to the priestess has a pretty good healing time, self-heal. So she was able to get up. And now here's the match results, ladies and gentlemen. A perfect 10 from the side of VX. And MP still looking to get on the board and still hungry for some points. And we're going to see how that's going to pan out in round number 2.
Yeah, and I think another thing that we have to talk about here is the difference in how fast these ciphers went down for both MP and VX. Because both halves, we saw Dream Witch. And you know what? Speaking of Dream Witch, there you go. Godjay with the best performance for today. Would have to agree here, was just phenomenal in playing the cool and calm and collected patience game during the first half with a well-deserved MVP towards the end of it.
Yeah, it's unquestionable that he's one of the best Dream Witches in this tournament. This is like it's rare to see a Dream Witch, and the fact that we saw God Jade's Dream Witch is a sight to behold. And the numbers speak for themselves. The massacre this guy did: 15 hits, 6 pallets destroyed, average of 2 eliminations and 7 knockdowns is really a number to uphold in terms of the gold standard in Dream Witch hunting, especially in Arms Factory. So it all panned out for the side of VX. And now, as we move on to round number 2, we are going to change maps. We are going to see more bans on the table. So MP is still not out of this.
Definitely. Looking further on, I wouldn't be surprised that um, if we see a Dream Witch ban, a solid Dream Witch ban. I don't think MP would want to risk God J getting that Dream Witch again, unless maybe they decide to shake things up by going for a wider map. So uh, that could potentially change the dynamic that God J has towards approaching how he goes about pick. Hunter change though.
Yes,
she will be swapping in for Siru.
Yeah, this was very reminiscent of day number 1. So for those of you that haven't seen She Hunt yet, he mains a Disciple. That was just a shout out to all the Disciple mains out there. I was reviewing the video, and a lot of the chat were going wild seeing an Anne in IVC. So a lot of love for the Disciple mains out there. So she bringing the Disciple to the table could be the tide turner in this matchup. And as you're mentioning, yes, the map. What is going to happen when we see a different map or a larger map? Will the respect ban of that Dream Witch still come out? Because if we look at the numbers from yesterday, God J does opt for the Bloody Queen if the maps tend to be bigger. And you know what? He does play pretty strong as well in those type of maps.
Agreed. Now, I guess with how map selection goes, man, because you know how with these best of threes, one side gets to choose first and then the other, at least that how it went for CO. I wonder if it's the same thing for IVC. Probably is, in which case, with the map selection for round 1, I would assume that it may have been VX that went for it only because they would want to maximize exhausting that use of Dream Witch earlier on to their advantage. So that's just an assumption though. So yeah, I'm wondering if that's the case, if it is indeed Mang Penguins that will get the choice of map going into round 2. I think it's definitely something that they should consider, whether or not they want to go for the route of just either choosing a map that would make sure to make God J think twice of whether he would want to choose a Dream Witch, or maybe still go for something that isn't necessarily anti Dream Witch and instead just ban Dream Witch entirely. Could go both ways.
That's true. It can definitely go both ways. And we just got notified that Ling Tian is coming in, replacing Earth. And we saw how scary his forward is going to be. So speaking of bans, we're seeing 2 banned survivors now. And another thing that MP has to worry about besides the map question that you brought up is who are they banning? Because we saw how formidable Ling Tian's forward is in terms of just harassing the hunter and really buying so much time in terms of not even rescuing, but just harassing once the survivor's on a balloon. So
right.
we've seen him have highlight reel tackles with that forward. So that's another thing that they have to account for coming into this round number 2.
Oh gosh, it is such a game that we had in game 1, rather round 1, and I got a feel for MP. They really tried their hardest, and going into this, they're really gonna have to muster all their strength heading into round 2, because that's a huge amount of points that they have to catch up to. 10 points, and it's not even just that. They have to guarantee themselves an avenue where they come up big in round 2. So it's a lot of antes that they're working up against. They have to win a round, make sure that their points are way up there. It's not even Oh man, well, they can at least go for halves, like
Yes, but
a
the
tie.
the 10
That's so
points
hard.
will still chase them at the end, at the third round.
Yeah,
I see what you're saying there because I realized it as well. I'm like, yeah, they could go for a tie, but then I'm sure VX, they get scarier the more you play with them and the more
right.
you that spend time in whatever map they're in. They're studying you and they're slowly learning. So really tough predicament that MP is in, but if they can do what they did in the first day, I'm pretty sure they can dig down deep and try to extend this as long as possible, and for us to possibly see a third match, a third round, for them to get more experience with the juggernaut that is known as VX.
Yes, sir. You know what? Let's go ahead and see how it'll go down. I am getting the chills, to be honest. Pick and ban for round two, first half. VX on the survivor side. MP, she, of course, stepping up to the plate as Hunter for MP.
I agree with this ban of the priestess and the merc on MP side because we are at Moonlit and we're gonna see a banned Bloody Queen. So this was the preference. This is a really good pick, ban on the side of VX because we've seen how the Bloody Queen can just make her mark at the survivors in a huge map like this, and we're gonna see an Axe Boy. All right, very reminiscent of the day number one performance of MP She.
Yeah, oh man, Axe Boy this time around. I love that. Again, I have to reconfirm after this match whether or not it was MP that got the choice of map for this round two. But as I said, I really think it's a smart choice nonetheless that they went for Moonlit River Park. I think this is much more workable and it will give them a little bit more leeway towards dealing with God J later. But let's go ahead and talk about the present. Axe Boy. Um, Not a bad pick. I would agree with Axe Boy being one of the things you can maybe put up in priority for your pool if you feel comfortable enough with it. And just like this, she, interestingly enough, actually
Yep. Over here at God Kiting, he sees Captain. The X-Face Fireball though, was not able to get to that burrow state for him to shoot that hit, and now he does, and there's out the way for Steve's actually to just try to close out the gap that Captain has created. And this is why this is one of the best hiding spots. But once the pallets are done, it's free game for the hunter.
Yeah. And one thing I will say though is, knowing that she won't be getting the bump on Captain Coon's head anytime soon, I like how he instead made sure to just utilize the time to straight up take down those pallets, just in case that if a survivor decides to re-rotate back to Godkite, he has a few less pallets to worry about.
Exactly. Yeah, that was smart thinking on the side of I'll try to pull fireball and get that speed boost and add it. My goodness, she is on a mission, and that mission is to get the survivors back to the manor. Excellent down of this race. And he's going to go back to the first stop and try to capture some cypher rushes that are happening because Nick Rose is right in the vicinity of this rocket.
Yeah, this will force Synchros in a position where he might have to re-rotate unless the exercise does but looks like that won't be the case. Synchros instead will try to be a distraction for Sheik here as we see Lingtian slowly veer his way towards the save on Captain. Yeah, but
survivors. Oh, now 3 survivors that are hit by this very aggressive Axe Boy. And now she is still on the hunt here, still trying to find that Gravekeeper just so she can get a survivor back to the manor because, again, as you mentioned, Articuno, 10 points, no joke. They really have to, pick up the pace and try to even out that gap in terms of points.
Yes, sir. Ah, man. So let's see. Looks like she decided to switch back towards the other side and Captain Coon just playing around the staircase. Interesting though. Captain Coon actually move towards this particular corner instead. But yeah, that will course, Shi in a position where he has to take the long way in order to bring Captain into the chair. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a chair within this area.
Yes.
Okay, that's detecting me, but Ollie, okay.
He is inside 2 stories, so he will have to go out and see on those ciphers. That is setting the air crazy first, as he's trying to just control the area around him and just try to stop Cypher as much as possible, because there are only 4 ciphers left. And he's really using those restaurant modes for him to just maneuver around 2-story structures. And now the Lady Keeper is almost close. He is practically primed to head back to the manor. We still have a injured forward, while a very healthy mechanic and the injured. And now Ling Tian over here is being sure that he's able to try to heal that forward. Then she has his sights set on being able to down this forward, so they only have the rescue heavy characters left. Excellent owl block, though, on the side of Synchro.
Oh man, that is quite the play that VX is doing here. But yeah, a little bit unfortunate. Losing out on Captain so early on. Ling Tian will be the next. Well, I wouldn't say casualty just yet. This is his first time on the rocket chair, but this does force VX to commit numbers again towards this will slow down their progress as far as the ciphers. Luckily, there are only 2 ciphers remaining, though. That's fairly workable still, even with the 3 survivor count that they're working with at the moment.
And the forward does take a little while in the chest. Joseph actually trying to close up that distance, try to save Lincoln. Keep the hit while he's at it, because at it, from that fireball. Joseph actually trying to close it out and able to rescue the forward. Lincoln using the rugby ball away from the axe boy, drops the power stone, re-rotate around. Excellent juke there on the side of the axe boy. We're trying to find the forward situation here and fight forward.
Oh man, that was a bit of bullshit there for Ling Tian. The positive here, in which case, is there's only 1 cipher remaining. Both Joseph as well as Synchros are working hard towards that 1 cipher, just so that they could get it prepped a little bit more faster. It does look like Synchros will be on duty towards keeping, at least soaking up a hit for VX to get that save onto Ling Tian once again. Ah, but that's still unfortunate.
Oh my gosh! My goodness, right behind him actually is that cipher that is about to be popped. So Lincoln is going to be another round of dropping power. Still down. Around. Forward right away. Get back to the manor. Here is still down while Joseph XC is trying to find a way to get back into the matchup.
Yeah, Joseph, quite a bit of distance here as she commits towards bringing Synchros to a rocket share. Now, the big question is, oh man, fortunately, Ling Tian is already out of here though. So Joseph has no choice but to try to either go for the rescue or maybe wait out Synchros to expire and transition to a dungeon maybe. But oh man, unfortunately for the survivors right now, VX, we're seeing a totally different tune, and Mad Penguin's Hunter She is in total command out there.
Yep, firing are all over. Just so that you'll be able to think about where Joseph XD is at. And now Joseph XD over here at last stop. Now we'll be able to contain this because it's about to be heading back to the map.
Oh man, that is so much pressure that Joseph has to do. Like, another question is VX even aware of where the dungeon is at the moment? But it looks like it's coming down to the wire. Joseph, unfortunately wasn't able to dodge. And ladies and gents, MP coming back in a dominating fashion in round 2 as they get 5 points for that first half. Wow.
Spectacular fashion on the side of She. Was able to utilize that Axe Boy beautifully around the map, a huge map that is. We saw how big the map was yesterday when an Axe Boy was utilized. We actually got a whole tour of the entire Moonlit, but here the calculated aggression coming out of She. You know what? I said this in Call of the Abyss 3. You know, it just diamonds are made under pressure, and She is shining like a diamond right now with what pressure that VX has put on them, because right now it is 5 points for the side of MP.
Yes, sir. And oh gosh, I really don't know what to say. But you know what? Let's talk about what this does mean, though. 5 points. That is a huge booster here for MP. And
Right.
just by securing this number of points, regardless of what happens, we are guaranteed a round 3, because what we can only get at this point is either a tie or a round win in favor of MP. So this is a huge step up for them. I was a little bit worried after what happened in round 1, but it looks like they've finally gotten their bearings, and I'm so happy for them that they've managed to keep their spirits up into this beautiful victory. Plus, not to mention, the substitution towards Shi really worked in their favor this time around.
Yeah, they did that in the first day, and what's interesting to point out on the first day was that she used a disciple in Moonlit, and we saw that the disciple did struggle in terms of closing the gap, especially at the last seconds when she used that teleport, and it ended up in a tie. But right now, the Axe Boy really utilizing those restful roads for him to just move around, and the corrupted areas just gimping the chase of the survivors in terms of how when they leave that rest of that corrupted area, they will get slowed down for a really decent amount of time for the Axe Boy to be able to make his mark and down that survivor. So excellent stuff on Shi, even though going up against some formidable survivors in VX, and we know how well they are very coordinated in terms of rotations and savings. So this is a huge game changer in my book, Articuno, in terms of the standings and how they're able to really take the fight to VX. And I'm really excited how God J is going to respond to an amazing showing of Shi.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely something to put into consideration here. Let's go ahead and check out the match data, in which case, Synchros, Joseph XD, I mean, just based off the stats, you could really see that VX was on the right track here. With how they were going about cipher decoding and the progress that they were making, things really started to crumble towards the second half once they lost out early on Captain Kuhn, and then you lose out on tools like the forward as well, and leaving yourself with a mechanic as well as Azir that doesn't really have any owls to spare anymore. You know, that's a predicament in itself for VX.
Yeah, and just to highlight the confidence that she was able to show here, we saw that he chased the Gravekeeper. The Gravekeeper can eat a lot of hits and buy a lot of time for his team, but not only did he chase the Gravekeeper at the start, he chased the Gravekeeper at God Kiting, one of the best places for the survivor to waste the time of the hunter. So excellent stuff on Shi's side. She going plus ultra early on in this tournament. And this is what we were saying. MP really turns things up in the second round. And you know what? She just showing everyone that they're down, but not quite out just yet. And I'm really excited to see how their survivors are going to fare in Moonlit River.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be really interesting. And furthermore, wonder what God J is going to bring to the table as far as hunter pick now that we are playing at Moonlit River. Especially if with what we've seen, I think Bloody Queen might be yet a prio go-to ban once again. So, oh man. And also on the flip side, like what survivors will we be seeing as well from Mad Penguins? That's actually another thing altogether, because they're the type of team that isn't really scared of bringing picks like the barmaid so earlier on in the match. So spicy this match is starting to turn out to be.
Yeah, a lot of flavors, a lot of just emotions that I'm feeling right now. In terms of ban, I do believe it's not out of this reality that we're going to see a ban of a Priestess, because we saw how effective Priestess can be in this map, and if you're able to just negate that utilization of the holy keys, then you're really giving a disadvantage to the survivors in traversing the maps. I agreed with the ban that MP proposed, which was the Mercenary and the Priestess. And we saw there that even though that the Gravekeeper was there to buy a lot of time, the Axe Boy, he was ready for that Gravekeeper. In terms of hunters, maybe if they've seen God J's Bloody Queen, they might want to respect ban it because, or respect ban the Dream Witch. I would probably respect ban the Dream Witch more or not risk it, even though highly unlikely if God J might bring it out because the map is so huge. But then again, I don't know how MP's feeling and how confident they are in terms of a Dream Witch or Bloody Queen matchup.
Yeah, that is something that you really have to put into consideration, especially if you're God J going into this. Yeah, I guess we'll really just have to wait and see how this second half is going to pan out. But overall, I'm just really happy for Mad Penguins. Can't emphasize enough how strong the mental fortitude is going into this best of three, because there have been a lot of times where teams would get swindled, I guess, by starting off with 0 points towards round one. But yeah, I mean, I think switching over to She as well was such a smart move, because at least you're fielding a hunter with such a fresh, with going into this fresh, like no sense of tilt from the prior game, just with a fresh mindset, having not played a single game yet. So you're entering it with nothing much to lose. Well, for the team, not much to lose, but in this case, at least you're fielding She. That's just no pressure. If you, let's say, you're gonna stick to the previous hunter, which might be feeling shaken after the 10-point deficit. But it's a different story now, because we're now going to the Survivors MP. They can't really switch around subs. They don't have 4 substitutes to work with. One way or another, they still have to field and from what we might be seeing, they will likely be fielding the same Survivor. So this is going to be a different story in itself. I'm really interested in seeing how this will pan out this time, whether they could find the same success that their hunter has in the first half.
And here we are at the picks and bans, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to see a respect ban of God J's Dream Witch. So will the Bloody Queen be coming out? We are seeing a Perfumer, a Mercenary, and a Gravekeeper, and a Priestess. Very interesting that they don't want to see the ban of VX being the Seer and the Forward. So MP will be able to have the utilization of that Holy Key presented by the Priestess, and God J going with the signature Bloody Queen here at Moonlit River Park.
This is really interesting. A Mercenary left open combined with a Perfumer. I kind of like what MP is bringing to the table here. They have essentially survivors that could really prolong this game, and it's definitely going to be expected for it to be exhausting for God J in this case because of that. So, you know what? Let's see how that goes as we head into our second half of round 2. God J VX on the hunter side with our 4 peeps from MP, hoping to find the same success to get better points in this second half for MP.
We see an early chase here of the Priestess and Broken Carousel, shifting away and moving to 2-story. Excellent place for just to further the distance between her and this this Bloody Queen. And now we're seeing the 2-story chase happen. Shuni again. We've seen a highlight reel of how she's able to fight and how she's able to have that patience to just contain these hunters, and we can't put it into fruition right now as God J is still on the hunt of this Priestess.
Yeah, this is looking to be a bit of a struggle here. Shuni, okay, interesting. Was able to just portal his way down. Taking it first, but that's totally fine. Looks like Mir will be popped up, trying to go for a pincer here. God J a little bit off angle, but it's totally fine. Back on track. Works around, but unfortunately Shuni hoping to have made the move from this, but dodging then, getting that swipe, and that's going to be an early rocket here for MP Priestess here.
Yeah, very fortunate. Trying to highlight that power, or she was thinking if she could drop it just in time for her to get that stun. But God J getting that first swipe in. Loudy now going to that burrow J, while God J trying to get him out of it before he's able to get that crossover rescue. Circling around the terrain just to keep God J on his toes. How will he approach to make the rescue? Oh wow, gets out of it, gets the swipe in, clean rescue. but now Dante shifting his attention towards Junie and wants to cheer the priestess once again.
Yeah, looks like Gajay has the right thought here. You don't want to keep the priestess out for too long, to a point where MP might be able to utilize those portals to much more efficiency later on. In which case, Mirror Image Switcheroo will come in, decides to just drop those pallets just so that Shuni has less to work with, in which case, before she falls. And good job. Second time for the priestess.
Exactly. So smart that he was able to drop that pallet. The Gravekeeper is or the mercenary as well. So now the survivors are pretty spread out. You know that Mary can just look at the factory here and try to swipe away at these survivors here. And look, well placed here at the 2-story, just for him to get away from that cipher. Excellent watching here, just moving away from the cipher, but I think to redirect his attention back at it, while the priestess's countdown is still ticking, and she's about to get sent back to the manor. Anyone is in the vicinity to try to make the save. So Gajay, trying to think of where he's going to be able to move next, uses a teleport. Interesting option here, and now finds Laudi and LC on the other side of the map.
Yeah, here you go. Looks like Gajay tries to go for a swipe onto LC, a little bit far off distance, but totally fine. LC decides to drop that pallet. Gajay actually switching over to Laudi here, pops the mirror, but not before Laudi decides to go straight back on the ground just to deter Gajay's play.
Now shifting his sights over to LC. LC being the perfumer with 3 perfumes left. It's still a long way to go. We have 3 survivors and 3 ciphers left. So it's still anyone's game. And now accelerates into the factor. Lower left side of the screen sees that the Gravekeeper is so close to popping that cipher on the pit. And because 2 ciphers left are doable, it's getting neck and neck in this battle.
Oh man, that is unfortunate. Looks like going for the long swipe right there. Not before switching back just so that you could get physical distance towards Laudi. Laudi, you know, still quite a bit of ground to cover here. Laudi playing around this pallet. Not going to be dropping it, but we'll drop the second one though. We'll force Gajay to swipe it down right away. But Laudi doesn't really have much to work with towards the broken arrow, so might want to switch around and oh, there you go. Gajay managed to charge out that swipe as Laudi gains distance once again.
As you mentioned, not much work. Doesn't have any more shovels and another hit on the side of the Gravekeeper. Laudi will be falling one side left, about 50% left, actually on the lower left side of the screen, ladies and gentlemen. And this is the first time we're going to see Gravekeeper here. Mercenary and Performer are still looking pretty healthy with 1 cipher remaining. So who will commit to make the rescue? I believe it's going to be LC because LC is in the area while Mercenary is on the cipher top duty just in case. And 3 perfumes left, so yes, we're about that instant perfume. Doesn't get it, but it's a quick rescue. No tide turner, but a prime cipher is on deck.
This is going to be big for MP. LC falls, but there goes the pop. LC is back up. Gajay will try to continue to so Mirror Image has been popped. Can he get the swipe onto LC though? Needs to look for it. LC switches right back though. This is going to buy a lot of time for MP, in which case LC is doing God's work for the rest of the team as he continues to keep Gajay preoccupied.
That's true. I want to see where the other survivors are at because they are going to first stop and no one is here at the exit. Lower left side says they're on the other side of the screen and the perfumer will be falling. But take note that the Gajay does have teleport and that was right now. Uses it right away and we're going to see Laudi trying to make his exit. We still see LC down and Explorer Mod trying to go for the rescue. We're going to see, Gajay. I thought that he was going to be able to teleport, but unfortunately it was not. He has to go by foot while the mirror is still on cooldown. Explorer Mod has to pick up the humor and open the exit gate, Articuno.
Oh man, but look at this. They weren't able to get LC up. Mirror Image will be popped once again. Gajay, you know, unfortunately, it's a bit of a while, but there you go. That is going to be the roller coaster ride all the way. Potentially towards the end of the year, but wait a minute. At the end, towards second stop, LC still has a long way to go.
Yep, unfortunately the brakes were put on that second stop, and I believe, lower left side of the screen says the mercenary is opening that gate. Now over here at Broken Carousel, perfume is going to be used, so LC can choose to revert back. Gajay, no one home. Now using the instant technique. Oh, how excellent fight, but no one was home. LC trying to extend it, but actually a terror shock on Gajay's side.
Oh man, unfortunate, but you know what? That was great coming in from MP. A smaller risk that they were taking, but of course they want to try to get as much points as possible just to give them a little bit more breathing room going towards the third round. I think at this point in time, MP might just be surrendering LC at this point. That'll be a good done deal. And but oh, wait a minute, God Jay couldn't get LC to a rocket share in time.
Not quite done. I think Gajay actually wanted to take her all the way to the exit and try to swipe at the mercenary. But you don't want to do your full swipe because, oh wow, he was able to clear himself out, but LP swiped once again, and now the mercenary and Gravekeeper are still there. So are they going to try to go for it? But no, Gajay going for the basement rocket chair.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a tricky rescue if they decide to go for the risk of the save. And yeah, I mean, there's not really much to work with anymore. It just goes back to the manor. Still great effort. That will be a tie of 2-2 for the second half. But at the end of the day, as far as the round victory, it will be going to Mad Penguins. And there you have it, Poch. We have a third round on our hands, and with Mad Penguins.
And apologies for my statement there, playing with their food. I think that I like the commitment of Gajay. He knew that there were two rescuers, so he opted for the basement chair. So that was excellent stuff on Gajay's side. And just MP showing up, you know, it was a 2-2 against one of the most formidable teams out here. That's a statement on itself. And for them to keep it going, even though that 10-point just deficit at the start did not deter any of them, and they're still carrying this momentum coming into round number 3. Excellent stuff, and I'm so excited for this third round.
Oh yeah, it is gonna be super good. Let's go by points here, shall we? So we're looking at 12 points for our team in VX, and we now have a total of 7 points for Mad Penguins. So a 5-point deficit in terms of the rounds, it's totally fine. But what I think this will ultimately come down to is who manages to win the round straight up in round 3. But then again, we also go by points here. 5 points is still pretty heavy. That's the perfect score for half of a round, Poch. So
yes,
Mad Penguins has a bit to work with, a little bit more to work with. But you know what? They prove that they can roll with the punches from what we saw in the second half. If they could get the same results in round 3, let's say they get the perfect again and then even just the half, they win that round and they could potentially still clinch a victory for them. They are really impressive, and endurance has been really good for them, in all fairness.
For sure. And actually, you can actually say that a feather to the cap of Mad Penguins is that they were the only ones, as of now, we're only in day 3, but they're the first team to take VX to the limit. Because yesterday, they didn't even see like the third round. And now, as you said, they had that will and that, you know, that fortitude for them to be able to push forward. And now they're seeing a round 3. It might be 5 points, but it's still something. They're not out of the woods yet, but they're getting there. And now here we see the match data of MP and God J. So excellent stuff through and through. You see the Perfumer really buying as much time as possible, as well as the Gravekeeper. Mercenary didn't see too much action, very interestingly. And the Priestess seeing just more than half of a minute containment time.
That's a fairly respectable amount of containment time, in which case coming in from LC. But yeah, I mean, God J with this Bloody Queen was really trying it here, but you know, it was a struggle for him because you have to give kudos to the survivors. They really stepped up their game heading into this round 2. I was really impressed by the amount of time they managed to waste out for God J in the first half of the game. So I think that was very pivotal towards the victory that we're seeing for them here. Just very, very well played.
Yeah, the second round was definitely a halt in the momentum that is VX. So now momentum is still up for grabs. 5-point deficit can change with how they've been playing so far. And here are the match results. It is a 7-2 in favor of MP, and we are seeing a third round, ladies and gentlemen. So Yeah, it just shows that the first round doesn't really paint the whole picture, and that you have to really pay attention to the intricacies of each match and see who steals the momentum and who just grabs it and runs towards to the end zone with it.
Yes, sirree. And just to highlight here, even if like I said, um, all MP has to aim for is even if just pulling off the same 7-2 would be enough, even though it would technically tie the points 14-14 by the number of rounds. That's what's important here. 2 for MP, 1 for VX, in which case, if that were to happen. But yeah, well deserved MVP here for she really stepped up and hit hard for MP. Just that boost of inspiration right there by getting the 5 points, I think was really big. And incredible Axe Boy, by the way. Really maximizing the kit that Axe Boy had from the movement speed boost to close out the distance. And there were quite a number of gap closers that were on point as well. So just really, really good job.
Yeah, it's undeniable that she deserved that MVP for the second round there because, again, I have a feeling that also once his teammates and MP were able to see that she was able to do such a great job, I'm sure that's a morale boost as well, that they have to be able to pick up the pieces as well and continue to carry the banner of MP towards the third round and really take and drag VX into rough waters as they move on in the group stages of this matchup. So I'm really excited. You know what? We did say that we favored VX to win this, but you know what? They're making us believe this in MP, so I'm really excited to be proven wrong and see how they fare in this third round.
Gosh, anything can happen in Identity 5 esports. I think I've learned my lesson way back COA, but yeah, IVC is really turning out to be the best of the best. And we talked about this just yesterday where it's not necessarily the top teams in VX and GK losing their touch. It's just all a matter of these other teams heavily catching up to them. So that's why we're seeing things getting neck and neck. I mean, but then again, it's top 8. We started with 96 teams here at IVC, dwindled it down to 8, and just these surprises, I guess, shouldn't be as much of a surprise if we're talking about the top 8 biggest and baddest in Southeast Asia.
Yeah, you mentioned that, it's not that the top teams are losing their touch. Everyone else is just leveling up with them. As we mentioned before, steel sharpens steel, and that's what's happening here. That's what's happening here in the IVC Southeast Asia 2020, ladies and gentlemen. This stage, this platform, and this format is where champions are born and made and highlighted throughout the entire region, and it is a great time to be an Identity 5 fan. And I'm just excited to be calling the action with you because it's becoming very crazy and super neck and neck, and we may be asked our predictions, but really we're really building the best of the best as we move along in this group stage.
Oh god, I have to agree with you, Poch. And oh man, that really makes me wonder how they're gonna be approaching round 3. I think for MP, they definitely want to avoid the circumstance of ending up with a map that is a little bit more close quarters. Because I think, even if I recall, like the past tournaments where we saw VX, even with the revamped roster that they have right now, a lot of the victories that I remember seeing from VX were in those tighter knit maps. Sometimes maybe that was they had some losing games as well, but a higher percentage of which did lean towards wins. So depending on who gets dibs on map choice, I'm wondering if MP gets the chance whether or not they'll want to opt for one of those bigger maps once again. And
that's actually a good point you bring up, because based on yesterday, VX's matches were in Arms and Red Church. So maybe, and actually, yeah, that could be valid. Maybe MP just loves roaming around in bigger maps, and their survivors are better placed in those Moonlit, River Park, or the Ever Sleeping Towns, or the Lakeside Villages. So this could actually be the opening they were looking for if they're able to control the map, or be able to, take VX into unfamiliar territory because they've shined, as you mentioned, in those compact spaces. So if it were up to them in terms of map pick, it wouldn't be impossible to say that they should go for a bigger map because it has proven successful just now, and it could be proven successful in round number 3.
Agreed. Hope maybe that's something that they might to put into consideration going into this. Of course, another interesting circumstance that we're working with is that extra one ban on Hunter as well as Survivor. So I think that also comes to strategy as well. The bigger map merits favoring of banning Priestess in some cases.
Right.
So you also, it's like if you're MP and you're comfortable enough to not necessarily need to run a Priestess in larger maps, then I think they should be fine. But yeah, from what we saw, I think Priestess was let through, in which case earlier. So it's something, there's a lot of things that need to be noted going into this. I think round 3, ultimately both teams will have to approach this much more strategically that they did in round 2, because round 1 and round 2 I think was accounting the innate strengths that each team had going into this tournament. Now there's a lot more gears and cogs that need to turn in this case to figure out how they want to optimally approach this round 3. Make it or break it.
Yeah, they have to really gamble it in the bans and picks that they'll be able to make. And as you mentioned, the Priestess, they let a Priestess through, and the Priestess bought a lot of time and really cut a lot of corners in terms of the rotations and being able to kite the Hunter for so long. So I really think we might see a deviation from the Trinity that we always mention. And also to add, Ling Tian being part of this matchup now, there is that constant forward, so we could be seeing a potential just a viable ban of a forward or a Priestess based on the map that we're going to be able to see. If we're not going to see a big map, I wouldn't be surprised if someone would go for, like, let's say a red church or a sacred or a hospital, because hospital with a Priestess is pretty scary on the side of a Hunter. So we might see a ban if we go to that map, that is.
Agreed. And yeah, I guess we'll find out. It's only a matter of time. We have to see how it goes as early as pick in ban. This is where you have to pay attention to every single detail that'll go on from here on out for both teams. So really big. But while we're waiting, in which case, guys, for those of you that just tuned in, we would like to welcome you all to the IVC 2020 Southeast Asia. So, yeah, just got wind of the map that we're going to be seeing, but I'm going to not spoil it until we actually head in there. Okay!
One of the casters here is kind of disappointed that he's not on the desk right now, because we are at Lakeside Village. She is going to be hunting first, while we see the survivors on VX side, they're going for a ban of the Bloody Queen and Axe Boy, while we're seeing a forward, Merc, and Priestess ban. Excellent choice on the side of MP She. We're going to see a Gravekeeper, Coordinator, Seer, and Mechanic. Now, who is going to be doing the hunting? Oh my god! The comfort pick of She. We're seeing a Disciple at Lakeside Village, as Articuno mentioned. Make or break time for the Mad Penguins.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, let's break this down. Round 3, like to highlight that only one of the 3 in our Survivor Triumvirate was banned out, which gave free reign for VX to just straight up no-brainer, get the Mechanic, get the Seer as well, complement that with a Gravekeeper as well as the hard CC that we're getting from the gun that Coordinator brings to the table. But yeah, you know what? Oh gosh, really excited. Finally getting Lakeside Village, all maps of which have finally been chosen in the IVC. Let's go ahead and oh my god, let's go ahead and see if She will be able to step up with this Disciple and be the saving grace for MP to secure them their first win on the IVC.
It's a tongue twister. She going to Cornfield here and checking on the snipers that are wiggling, and now seeing Joseph X Well, one of them is going to commit to first because we do have two rescuers. I believe Lincoln has caught the attention of Sheep. Still moving around, really wants to be able to find a survivor to commit to and really tear it down. Now Lincoln really close to the small boat here over at Lodge. It's one of a really exciting area if he stays on the left of the right side of boat. But look at this, not wasting any time, using the teleport, moving to Joseph X, which is a great target because it is a mechanic.
Yeah, great sniff out here coming in from Machine, in which case this will potentially drastically slow down what VX is efficient at, which is really getting these ciphers down quick. There you go, the lead comes in, coming in from She closes down the gap and gets the whack onto Joseph XT. He goes down. This is perfect momentum building up for She right here as he brings Joseph straight to the rocket share.
Big down on the side of Big down to the one character that can really just rush, give that cipher rush. But the mechanic does have that doll out. And now I believe Catherine is near the area trying to go for that rescue while She and rocking that disciple here has one of the best releases the cat just so that she'll be able to pressure some ciphers in the area. But while she does, Catherine gets saved without getting hit. That last effort is activated.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate right there for Joseph that he can go back right away. Last effort pop once again, but I mean, it doesn't really matter. Right now, he will be taking the fall as he takes the second round on that rocket share. Nonetheless, EX is at a respectable pace with the ciphers, I will say. Not at its most optimal, but that is largely attributed to the fact that She was still on point with managing to nail Joseph as a mechanic early on.
Yeah, and his teleport too, and he's going to take the support inside blocking Cipher Rush. You have 4 ciphers left. Countdown will go on to head back to the batter. And over on the other side of the map, it doesn't look like they'll be able to do it time. Respectfully, I believe they're still using the ball to try to push objectives as much as possible.
Yeah, I mean, fortunately, they couldn't salvage Joseph. 3 survivors remaining here for VX. 2 ciphers remaining, though. So this should be okay for VX. I'm kind of concerned about where the progress is on the ciphers that they have managed to work on. Still quite a bit of a stretch because you have to take note. A bit of the time that could have been spent on going for these ciphers was Captain Coon trying to go for the save on the mechanic road. But here we go. Teleport manages to find Synchros. The chase is on.
Synchros getting out of that very situation. Because those cats really beat the chase of survivors and really close out that distance to get that done. Now Synchros over here at shore. Don't you have a question about this part, Arturo?
Yeah, I kind of do have a question, but you know what? I'll let you guys on a moment. If he manages to take down Synchros, I'll present that question to you guys.
Let's do that because Synchros is able to use that owl and extend the training session. Excellent owl going out just for him to buy enough time to transition the ballot right near Big Boat. Again, we're at the fast track, ladies and gentlemen. This has real estate to work with. Excellent deep there coming out of Synchros. Trying to build up another owl, and he does. That's something that he has to work with. Moving over to the other real estate. Excellent owl block on the side of Synchros. As he still tries to get another owl, I believe we have a prime snipe.
Yeah, this is the stars starting to align for VX. All Seer has to do is wait out a few more seconds. I mean, he has a lot of options now. He had that Cypher Pop plus an Owl available right about now. This is perfect for VX. But there you go. Down he goes. Doesn't matter, though. VX had that Cypher ready, and here we go.
Just huddling. Gets the lead and gets a down here, and he does have teleport. I gave it to use that, or he's thinking of using that one cherry.
Oh man, that is big. Teleport comes in right away. She wants to scout out. Oh, unfortunately though, doesn't spot out anybody towards this side. Captain Kundo trying to be sneaky. Actually digs his way. Question is, can he dig his way out of there? And also, another question I have is VX going to be cheeky again with trying to go for the save on synchros like they did in round one?
Oh my gosh, are you? And back you there, and Captain the hit, and he's already out in the exit gate. My goodness, they were able to distract the disciple, and now it is a foot race towards the entrance of Lakeside Village. We're going to see a cat come out. Synchros and Lingtian are running for their lives as they try to make this a 3-man escape. Again, she tried to put out the distance. She is using the. You can see over there at the lower left side of the screen that they are inching their way, and the exit gate is not open yet.
Oh my god, it's still halfway through. Are they going to commit to it? She is slowly approaching. They're really banking on wanting to open that gate. It looks like it's going to happen. It's just about to open. It's opening. It's opening. Can they make it through? She is closing the distance, but it doesn't matter. Ladies and gents, we have 3 survivors out of the gate as VX takes that win.
3-man escape. That was one of the most intense matches I've ever called. Excellent stuff on both sides of those teams. Wow. How do we break that down, Articuno? I'm just going to write that down real quick.
Oh my gosh. How do we break that down? I mean, right at the last moment, there were 2 risks being played out. Number one, by Shi, who took the risk of teleporting away from that rocket chair. That could have been a potential guaranteed
2-2.
Guaranteed 2-2 maybe. But at the same time, you also have to take into account that Synchros had quite a bit of a way to go before he was gonna get sent back to the manor.
Yes.
Exactly. That was his first chair. So that said, it was a risk in itself to do the teleport. Probably could have played it a bit more defensive, and that was towards a little bit of an extreme part of the map. So if they did want to run their way towards the gate, if they went for a save, it's a bit of a way to go. But yeah, she decided to play with the risk of teleporting towards the other gate. Unfortunately, was wet with Captain Kuhn on that gravekeeper rather, and unfortunately still had enough utility to buy time just by going underground. And I think that caused complications for the Disciple. Had it been the latter survivor, that would have been a different story, I think. But it was a gamble. It was a risk that didn't quite pay off. Tried to salvage it by going for the other 2 after Synchros was saved. Fortunately, wasn't able to close the distance enough. And then again, that's the beauty of the Lakeside Village once you're playing around that map, that huge terrain.
And here we are, have it, ladies and gentlemen, the match data just break down the action that just ensued. Capcom with, just amazing kiting abilities, and also this here 97 seconds. That is just unprecedented amount of time that you're containing this Disciple, even though that this, he did have that time. I believe he built 2 owls in this entire span of the game. And kudos as well to Shi. I just want to highlight the fact that when she did find Capcom on a cipher, she decided to not just waste any more time and teleport. And luckily enough, found Joseph XD to really hamper the cipher rush that was the plan of VX. Now you see the attacks hit 10, pallets destroyed were 5, and 4 knockdowns. Excellent Disciple, but you know, I think the map was just way too big of a terrain for the Disciple to really close out that distance and really implore her strategy in terms of camping and really guarding the ciphers.
Yeah, that was really rough for Shi, but still massive kudos. There was not a dull moment for that hunter in the game. That was for sure was pretty much always preoccupied with those chases. So that's definitely the ideal scenario you want to put out. But yeah, VX again. I think that's the beauty of being a team that is willing to take risks. Because that 3-1 is the biggest difference. That 3-1 automatically guarantees them the full match win. If my math goes correctly, we are looking at 15 points for VX and a total of 8 points for MP. So just by that virtue, there's not, unfortunately, any other angle that MP can work with to catch up. It is automatically a VX win. I still think we will be playing the second half, though, since we have transitioned into a round 3. But nonetheless, yeah, great job by VX. I really think that moving forward, you have to be in a position where you're comfy enough to take these risks. And from what we've seen it, not once but twice, VX is one of those teams. And I think that will bode really well for them as they move forward in this tournament.
Mm-hmm. Excellent stuff on the side of MP. And I know MP is a fighting team, and they won't back down to a challenge, and they won't be disheartened with this, because they really, and especially she bringing out the Disciple in such a big map was, as you mentioned, yes, a gamble, especially when it comes to the teleports, when you leave the survivors alone, and Ling Tian able to backdoor rescue that Seer. So now pressure's on Godj's side, because I know that MP want to prove something to VX and show that they do deserve to be here, and they do, because they have been taking VX to deep waters and really testing their merit in terms of how they play this game. So I'm really interested to see what Hunter Godj is going to use, and the lineup of survivors that will be in the side of MP, because as you mentioned, they don't stray away from risks or gambles, and I want to see what other plays they have, especially in Lakeside Village.
Right, actually. And just to add on to that, one thing that you can't discount from MP is they've had a really interesting start to this tournament. Imagine first game GK, second game VX, and both times they have shown really good signs of fight. So that just goes to show how promising this team is moving forward. It's a bit tricky right at this point in time as far as their group stage run, but I am so excited for them, because with this promise, imagine how much better they can get moving forward.
Right.
And starting off with which is this second half. It might be done, but this is a good time to flex the phalanges a bit, stretch those fingers and see what else they could bring to the table. They could breathe a bit more easier. I mean, whatever points that they get, unfortunately, it won't add up any further for them to potentially get a victory off of this match. But it's a great grounds to, just further get their prep in against such a formidable team like VX.
Yeah, we did say that VX and GK were the teams to look out for. And the fact that they brought them all the way to the third round and really tested their character pools and their strategies in terms of different maps. Also introducing Lakeside Village. And now if you guys are playing map bingo, I think we've gotten all of them. All 7 maps, I believe. Just correct me if I'm wrong. I hope that's everything. And it just shows that MP, I believe, is gaining the most experience by facing such top tier teams in terms of GK and VX. So I'm just so excited to see how they're able to apply their learnings from this matchup and be able to evolve, because we saw that they're able to do a lot of preferred picks, and now that they're facing the teams that really they've mastered the meta picks, and see how they're able to apply that and learn and even progress. And hopefully we'll see them flourish as the group stages move on.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. And yeah, I guess with all said and done, we'll just have to wait for that second half of our third round to come in. Take note, by the way, guys, this is only match 1 of the day. We still have a match 2 that will be played out a little later on. This is the IVC 2020 for Southeast Asia. Time for your time in the spotlight, see. And starting off right here with IVC, 1 million Thai bot prize pool at stake here. And of course, the farther you progress in this tournament, the bigger chunk you'll get off of that massive prize pool that we have. Also, not to mention a direct in at COA4. That's definitely one of the bigger things, as it's the pinnacle of Identity 5 esports that you guys would ideally want to aim for these teams in particular, top 8.
Yep. I mean, it's really a time for you to get with your friends and take your Identity 5 gameplay to the next level now that we have the IVC that the Southeast Asia region is repping. So I'm really excited to see these new teams and even these old teams show us what they got. And as you mentioned, the prize pool, I'm really excited for them to be able to punch their ticket onto the COA 4. So that's the fast pathway for them to get there, and it's really exciting times to be an Identity 5 fan. So, round number 3, we're gonna see God J doing the hunting now. What hunter can we expect out of this matchup?
Oh gosh, I mean, that's the thing. God J is just so flexible with what he could bring to the table. But you know what? Looks like we don't have to wait any further, Poch. We'll be able to find out what that pick will be right now as we head into the pick and ban between MP and VX. Bans though, Dreamwitch as well as the Axe Boy, Forward, Seer, and Priestess on the Survivor ban.
And now we're seeing LC lock with that Perfumer, Mercenary with Exler Mochi, Laudi with the Gravekeeper, and Shuni, I believe, is going to the Coordinator because, yes, the Priestess is banned. Again, we're seeing this last tango in Lakeside Village. Soul Weaver? Oh my goodness, Articuno. This match is spoiling us.
Okay, yeah, like I said, God J has a deep pool to play with. He's gonna bring it all the way back to COA 2 when Soul Weaver was such a prime pick, albeit right now, of course, ever since we saw the rise of Soul Weaver in COA 2, there have been massive changes to her kit, as well as the fact that she has descended a bit as far as where she stands among other hunters. But you know what? I'm all for this throwback right now. Second half of round 3, let's get it on. God J, let's see what you got on that Soul Weaver. Do you still have it, my man?
Spawning over at Big Boat, I believe, trying to chase excellent watchers from Mercenary. Let's see how he can do this. Let's see how he can utilize these webs and skill shots as the round progresses. You see that the thread holding is increasing, and now he has his sight set on a Mercenary. Okay, God J now is slowly getting him down, but no, he's going to be changing targets, and it's going to be a long chase if ever he really commits to that. Now, Laudi and LC over here at the small boat. LC shifting and moving all the way to the cornfield. Laudi just tiptoeing his way, trying not to get noticed. And we're going to see LC trying to move over and rotate towards Jack to try to commit to really pushing a cipher, while Shuni over here still tiptoeing and staying at cornfield. Godface still has yet to commit to one survivor.
Yeah, I mean, it's taking a bit of a while, but you know what? Patience will be rewarded. Speed Boost is coming in courtesy of those web shootings, getting over the window in the nick of time, albeit actually already getting that first hit though. So it looks like he is on track. Wasn't quite guarded there in that moment. Shuni already dropping the panel inside that shack. Question is though, God J, what he's trying to do right now is he's trying to read out what direction Shuni might go. Looks like he did make the right call though. Movement speed boost will come back in and gets the whack straight in on Shuni. Looks like Shuni was hoping to run towards the opposite side, but God J just doing God's work right there, getting that hit, and to the rocket chair Shuni goes.
Yeah, God J was thinking about snipe out the coordinator who's trying to extend the kite even longer, going through the track area and cleaning up the real estate just so no one has anything funky to work with. LC over there at shore, and now God J will be setting up his traps here for anybody that tries to make that rescue. And if MP wants to make a statement, they really want to take the fight to God J and really go all out. Oh, we see a hit Gravekeeper, and now we see a coordinator, but unfortunately, still on the pocket here. God J still on the hunt and just monitoring this coordinator, and she's just there. So very interesting scramble there on both sides of the team.
Yeah, a little bit of a pause right here, in which case coming in from MT's side. So we'll just wait that out for a bit. No worries. Yeah, let's talk about what happened so far. Soul Weaver getting
Soul Weaver. I'm just that's still on my mind. Everything is Soul Weaver, Articuno.
I know, like Soul Weaver. Soul Weaver.
Enough said, right? A Soul Weaver in this meta and a big stage like this. God J is making a statement out there saying that he still got the skills in Koa 2 and that type of meta, and showing that, Soul Weaver can do a lot of the dirty work that these other hunters are doing.
Yeah, and I have to agree with you. And one thing you have to take note of here is, I mean, there are so many other options out in the open, but yeah, so two
So
words, Soul Weaver. Man,
let's break it down. The initial part of the chase there. It did take quite a while for Gaje to commit to one target. He did start at Big Boat, making his way to rotate towards the small boat, and finally committing to the coordinator over at Shack. So once the Soul Weaver did commit to a target, it was really hard for that coordinator to buy enough time for the teammates for her to extend that kite. And you saw the trappings, the webs, the speed boost that the Soul Weaver presents when he gets those traps going.
yeah, I mean, and that's the good thing there. I was a bit worried that Godji might have taken a little while longer. Luckily, he was able to put himself in a position where the terrain granted him the positioning of those webs just so that he could get those movement speeds, just so that he could speed up a bit more towards securing his target. I like the thought of playing around with Shaq, though. But yeah, luckily for Godj, didn't have to wait any longer, basically. MP though, nonetheless, there's still a bit of a way to go, I guess,
Mhm.
for Godjay in which case, because that was just at the end of the day, it's a combination of him not able to. You said it best, not being able to get a survivor to lock down on earlier on, and that was quite the prolonged chase as is, and first rocket share as well to boot. So
Mhm.
that just granted so much leeway for MP, all things considered, to work on ciphers. You know, like it's a lot of breathing room, to be honest, if you're MP.
True. And a strategy that some people do is just they don't even go for the rescue and try to go for some points. But MP wants to make a statement and show that they can contend with the best of the best. So for them to be able to go for that rescue, even though that you saw how much webbings that God J presented, was still a risk that they were taking, and that just shows that they want to be able to play with the best of the best. And even a map, I mean, you can even say the same for Gaje. Choosing Soul Weaver at Lakeside Village is very unorthodox, having a huge real estate to work with, and really hard to navigate if you have such slippery survivors on the side of MP. So I don't know. I just think that this matchup just really is spoiling us, Articuno.
Yeah, but I mean, just the other day we got some Gamekeeper. Now we're getting some Soul Weaver. Back into the game we go, though, nonetheless, guys. No waits any longer. It does look like, okay, Shuni is back up, but okay, it looks like had a last effort. Yeah.
So unfortunately on the side of Shuni, but I think that was a great rescue by Graves to extend the care time of this coordinator. Now Kage still having those webs to work with and those speed boosts. I believe we're seeing a heal coming out of the side of the Gravekeeper. Yes, we do see a heal come out, and now I think it's everyone watching that he is approaching for the rescue. While on the lower left side of the screen, we do see that perfumer over at Big Boat trying to push those ciphers, and Kage just chipping back and forth. They are getting the hit. Oh, excellent call there by the coordinator. Quick on the draw with Shuni.
Yeah, but take note, God Jing is speeding up once again, and the terrain, okay, didn't even need to set up any webs even further, was just able to close the gap between himself as well as Shuni. Of course, Shuni will do its best in order to establish some distance, goes for the fall, and this will be officially Mad Penguin's first survivor out of the game and back to inherit.
Yeah, that's not wanting to touch that sniper, but oh my gosh, out. Like for the sight of Godjay, you know what's gonna happen? We're gonna see perfume being used, and Godjay now slowly going up those webs. Excellent usage of that perfume, and now Elsie moving still outside of the takeover, trying to keep as much distance as possible while avoiding the webs of Godjay.
Yeah, but God J, he's starting to get some distance, and Elsie has a pallet to work with, though. Doesn't opt to drop it, doesn't need to. Looks like Skill Shot managing to sidestep right there. Great plays coming in from LC, in which case juking out, going towards the ramp. Goes straight for the fall. Perfume will be popped up once again, though. LC just going ring around the rosy with God J here. Decides to finally drop the pallet. This is so much time being bought right here. Question is, how is the progress on this last cipher here for MP? Oh, there you go.
Beautiful utilization of that instant rotation. LC shifting over towards excellent rotation, staying away from the ciphers that have been primed. Now he has 2 pallets to work with, and God J is still undeterred and wanting to down this perfumer. Movement. Oh wow, nice sight. He's able to beat out a hit, and now we see a half-life perfumer with no resources. God J is closing in on the knockdown.
Yeah, really got to keep the fingers crossed here. I love how LC is playing around what pallets do remain. That should be just enough time for MP to prep this pallet. But okay, there you go. Doesn't matter. He falls, drops the pallet. Luckily, that cipher was ready to go. Skill shot comes in from God J. LC is trying to establish some distance once again, but how long can he keep God J preoccupied? Goes up the ramp, goes straight onto the second floor of this ship, and LC, he's really trying to do it for his team.
Wow, able to type him out there as you can jump in. Unfortunately for LC, didn't find it. And on the score that LC does not move off. Thought that the first air break was going to go for the stage, and goes for the cocoon. Excellent job on the side of EX, ladies and gentlemen, but not to discredit him. Still taking the fight to them, and still very formidable in this group stage.
Yeah, good on MP for still playing their hearts out in that second half. Even though, yeah, again, we were saying, even though there couldn't be enough points to get from second half to potentially contend with VX towards that match win, nonetheless, still really, really good. And good job on LC, by the way. That was some pretty nifty kiting that we saw towards the end of that game. Really bought a lot of time for his team to just make sure that they could take the breather that they need to just focus on those ciphers.
The time that LC was able to buy was really a game changer in terms of having a mercenary and gravekeeper to really push those ciphers, even though they're not really known for that. I think the accelerated decoding came when she was kiting the Soul Weaver, but excellent utilization of those pallets and excellent utilization of the big boat. Really giving God J a run for his money and really testing his skills as a Soul Weaver hunter and really avoiding the skill shots. We saw that he was really close to getting hit by those webs.
Yeah, I mean, there were so many skill shots coming in that I thought was going to land, but LC just really knows how to duck and weave around that Soul Weaver. And it's really unfortunate that he wasn't able to make it out of the gate from the end, but you know what? That's the marks of a good team player right there. Just again, well played by MP. I am like, it's unfortunate that they lost out to both GK as well as VX. It was a tough start for them on paper, with how they entered this group stage, but on the flip side, you also have to commend them for holding their own out there. I can't stress that enough. They fought two titans, two of the teams which came into this tournament with high expectations, and the fact that they were able to go head to head with them, really, I think that's something that they should be very, very proud of as far as their run here at the IVC.
It was nonstop action from pillar to post with this matchup, even though MP had a very rocky start with VX just taking shades of yesterday, getting a 10-point lead at the first round. But then, she came into the picture, being able to give that morale boost, getting the 4-person down and out of the back to the manor, and then giving that morale boost for them to be able to extend the match for it to reach the third round, granting us the elusive Lakeside Village that we've been wanting to see. And now it just shows that even though they did go up against Titans, as you mentioned, they are very, I believe they've leveled up most of all in these group stages, especially with the occurrence of after GK, they go face VX. That's an experience that they will take to heart and be able to improve their skills as an Identity 5 team.
Definitely. But you know what? Let's go ahead and talk about the victors VX here. Just great from beginning to end. In all fairness, though, like we said, MP gave them a run for their money almost. So things were starting to get shaky as this match went on. That just goes to show that, VX has some exploitable bits to them if you're able to find those right vital points that you need to hit to dismantle their strategy, especially on the survivor side. So that's something that they do want to continue to improve on as they go on in their journey here at the IVC. But nonetheless, one thing's for certain, with the round one that they managed to accomplish earlier, it just really shows that they are probably one of the best teams here as far as starting strong in a best of. But you know what? Let's go check out that match data. LC again, containment time says it all, was able to buy so much time, whilst the rest of the team just making sure to focus on decoding, whilst this perfumer keeping Soul Weaver preoccupied the whole time.
It was an early down. It was the first. The coordinator was the first down, but not enough time for them to pop, I believe, one or two ciphers. So it was really formidable with how they played this matchup. So excellent job on the side of MP, and also God J bringing out that Soul Weaver. Two words are going to Soul Weaver in this matchup. If you asked me if we'd see a Soul Weaver in the Lakeside Village, I'd think that, that you're mistaken, sir.
Yeah, and oh my gosh, like I'm really looking forward to see if teams will be gutsy enough to bring other hunter picks constantly to the table. But here you go, match result for today. Solid start in round one. MP was able to catch up going into round two, but first half of round three pretty much sealed the deal for VX. What they managed to in round one really proved to be an asset for them towards round three, where they already had a massive lead with those 5 points. So at the end of the day, it was a good done deal for them. But as I said, really good effort coming from MP. Interesting enough, God J will be our MVP for this game on the Soul Weaver. Okay.
So God J having first round MVP and third round MVP, and now with a Soul Weaver. First we saw a Dream Witch MVP from God J, and now a Soul Weaver. So excellent stuff. A very formidable hunter that I'm pretty sure everyone in the group stages are looking out and really not taking lightly if they go up against God J and they're on the survivor side.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, at this point in time, VX definitely have a target on their backs as a potential team to beat moving forward here at the IVC. But you know what? As I promised, we finally got Lakeside Village. So
yes, we did. And as you can see at the graphics down below, ladies and gentlemen, we did get our predictions right. And we're on a roll so far, but this next match that we're about to witness, I think they're going to be a bit of a divisive prediction in both Articuno and I. We're still going to remain professional, but we just, again, it's with the next match, we're not going to spoil it just yet because we will tell you guys more about that. We just see two different sides, but it's very razor thin with the next match. So I'm really looking forward to that. However, we got to look at, we have to congratulate MP and VX for giving us such an amazing showing of Identity 5 action. VX coming out on top and MP showing a lot of heart and a lot of fight in them.
Yes, sir. So what we have going on right now is we have a little bit more time to talk while on the Thai stream, in case you guys want to catch it, is a interview going on between VX's Captain Kuhn, as well as our lovely colleagues repping for the Thai MCs, both Catcaster and Binkir, getting that interview on. If you guys can understand Thai, now would be a good time to check out that interview. But yeah, Poch, let's burn a few seconds while that interview is going on. As promised, we were going to talk about why I particularly was anticipating Lakeside Village.
Do tell.
Gosh. So this is just some fun sharing, guys, behind the scenes. While we were prepping, there was a question raised by one of the NA peeps that helped us with prep. By the way, quick shout out to Cats 007 as well as to 1-800-DATE-ME. So 1-800-DATE-ME particularly was like, as we were going around Lakeside, was pinpointing some conspiracy theory, so to speak.
Really building up a conspiracy theory.
Yeah, you got to remember it's called Lakeside Village, guys. But if it's Lakeside Village, why do you have something as big as the big ship
On a
docked
lake.
at on a lake? So and then if you look at the vast expansion of that lake, there's really nothing else in sight towards the end of lakes, like the opposite side of Lakeside Village. It's just like this void of sky that you get. So like after 1-800 Date Me pointed out, there was another thing that 1-800 Date Me brought up. So he pretty much I wish I could remember that other thing he brought up, which further boggled my mind. But
We'll bring it up as we go along and as we see. So shout outs to 1-800 Date Me. He has a YouTube channel out, guys, if you want to follow him. And he is one of the best seers in NAEU. And Katz, shout out to you as well. And also shout outs to Team Before You. I was catching actually Schmitty's stream last night, and they are enjoying the IVC. So shout outs to you guys. And thank you for welcoming me to the chat. Excellent stuff. They're huge fans of the IVC and Identity 5. Those are like the top teams. So just getting them to notice me was just like a fanboy enough in me. So that just shows that a lot of support is coming out to IVC Southeast Asia. So the Southeast Asia scene is really making an impact with Identity 5 communities throughout the world. So keep playing this game, guys, and keep supporting your favorite teams, because we are making waves in the Identity 5 scene.
Absolutely. And just a lot to look forward to. This is only day 3, guys. We have a total of 9 broadcast days for the Identity 5 Championship 2020 Southeast Asia. So for the entirety of October, there's a lot more to look forward to. And man, there's not really much to say. I mean, I would love to talk about our next match, but I'm just gonna have to hold myself off. I will need to reserve that for after the break.
While we're still dissecting this matchup, any highlights that you want to point out? Like, that was a good play, or
oh gosh,
really good? Because for me, aside from the Soul Weaver, because that's the freshest off my mind, it would probably be the Axe Boy that she brought out. It's kind of like a redemption, because from day number 1, she tied in arms, but then we saw how the Axe Boy can be exploited yesterday in large maps, but she just, shutting down all the deniers of that and being able to play Axe Boy to perfection in Moonlit River Park. So that was pretty good, and also that was the game changer and the morale booster, if you would, on the side of on the side of MP.
Definitely. And I mean, that's one of the moments I would have to agree with you. One of the highlights for me, that Axe Boy was really big. I guess another thing, although it's been a recurring thing that we're already aware of, again, I just can't stress enough how VX's Godjay on Dream Witch, just again, very textbook, methodical, and what you would want. It's not, because you know how some hunters, you ideally like, such as a Wu Chang, for example. That's a hunter you want to really pick up the pace on as far as the early game. Dream Witch is a bit of a different... you can do the same. If you can accelerate the pace of the game early on, it's totally fine. But on the flip side, you could also play textbook patient and just play it very methodically. Try to whittle down the survivors slowly but surely, and you reap the rewards towards the later part. So with that said, if you don't mind, Poch, I'm going to send it over to break right now. This has been Articuno and Poch Price. You guys are watching IVC 2020 Southeast Asia. We'll be back for match number 2 between our team NOIR and Awesome. See you guys in a bit.
若说这美人，老夫这平生只见过一人，不信您且看。这是个缔造了时代的女人。当然，一个时代的缔造者，总会有那么一副巧言善辩的喉舌。以及一把没有感情的兵器。哎，可说到底，蜡烛的火焰下，不也是柔弱的东西吗？而火焰后面未曾被照亮的地方，足以倾覆时代的阴谋，正悄然涌现。
幻想，是妄想的雕塑台，妄想却成了刺入艺术家心脏的雕刻刀。雕像被刻刀塑造成像，它却被刻刀一次次地划伤。当无畏试探时，却发现自己普通的不能再普通。当你展现出才华，却又深求隆重。只能放弃交流，沉浸于虚无之中。直到那冰冷的杰作变得炙热。
从我成为守墓人的那一天起，便知道，拉兹这座圣殿，我没有资格在此长眠。善者葬于圣殿，恶魔葬于殿外。谎言，但这是个让人兴奋的谎言。这肮脏的金钱，竟成了我通往圣殿的阶梯。但为了拉兹，这一切都值得。这该死的光，我察觉到了这些肮脏灵魂的恐惧。怪物，是我，还是他们？可笑！我只知道，我的信仰在哪里召唤我。终于来了吗？这庸俗人间的缠。
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the IVC Southeast Asia 2020 Potch Spice and Articuno on the second half of this day number 3. We just witnessed VX overcome and secure their place as one of the most dominant forces as they went to MP, but MP showing a lot of heart and spirit, you know, making us fans of them overall. But now we got to move on to our next match, which is NR versus OSM.
Yeah, this is going to be a matchup that we're kind of on the fence with because this is like the stats are a bit more tricky this time to rely on as who might actually make it out as the victor for this upcoming best of 3. This is why probably out of all the matches that we've had, this is probably the one I was looking forward to the most because both NR as well as Awesome did fairly well for during their not even well, they just did pretty good for their respective games actually.
Yeah.
So yeah.
They won. These are actually two teams that have yet to lose in this matchup. NR and OSM. NR winning against IVS. OSM yesterday winning against DT. It's spectacular fashion with NR and OSM just really inching it out. It was a matter of inches in that game. So I think OSM has has something to prove here as they want to improve and still move on, while NR really riding on that momentum that they built. Shout outs to Aris. We're going to see him actually in the matchup as we introduce the players. And he was actually one of the highlights between the match between IVS and NR.
Yeah, this is going to be super duper exciting, which case once we get a glimpse of these rosters so that we can compare and contrast who we have. But you know what? Let's remind our audience what's at stake here. Again, for our top 8, they want to progress further so they could get a huge chunk of that 1 million Thai baht prize pool that we have here at the IVC, along with a chance at a direct slot into the upcoming Call of the Abyss for come 2021. So definitely a lot on the line here, and it's really interesting actually if you think about it, that you have a tournament this early on in the season where you could potentially get an in on at COA4.
True, and we want to find the best of the best, and this is the road to get there. Introducing first, OSM. We have Last Human, 9 Mamos, The Flash, Nerukun, and Jockey. Last Human, with a preferred pick of that Dream Witch. We did see it just a little bit yesterday, but you know what? Seeing that God J played that Dream Witch to perfection, we might actually see it here today if the map is one that favors the Dream Witch. Now, what's interesting to note here about of Last Human is that he does have other plethoras of hunters, not just the Dream Witch, even though it is a very impressive win rate. Moving over to the mechanic, 9 Mamos did a lot of kiting with this character yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, really, really impressive overall, in which case that does leave the question as to whether or not that will be priority as far as the triumvirate of survivors that we have. But checking in forward, we also have the Flash on this mercenary, respectable percentage, and it's just a combination of different things as we look on at Merakun.
Nerukun having that really clippable moment, having that God Kite with that Acrobat at Moonlit. Not to mention Jacket with the signature forward, able to extend that kite of that Acrobat. Just shades of yesterday that we were able to witness. So OSM really has some strong survivors and a very formidable hunter in Last Human. So I'm really interested to see if they're revved up for today and ready to take on NR.
Yeah, it's really going to be interesting to see how they stack up against each other, because I feel that if you're going to look at Awesome, at least in my opinion, they have some pretty solid survivors that they're bringing to the table. And then you have a superstar in Eris during day one. So it's kind of like where do the skills tip for either of these teams as who might come out with a better advantage, which actually leads to a victory at the end of the day? It's so hard to call. And
Yes.
I think that'll be further justified once we get the glimpse of those NR stats as well, just to see how tight it is.
Yeah, just as you mentioned, Aris, just to give a little sneak peek of what he did on the previous day, we just got a little factoid from the people backstage. Shout outs to you know who you are. He got 9 kills. He got 9 kills yesterday in that insane matchup. So Aris, a diesel engine, when he starts rolling, it's very scary. Not to mention that he does bring out the bonbon and the violinist. The bonbon, seeing in Leo's memory, wasn't as effective, but when it moved to a map like Sacred Heart, it was very scary for them to deal with. And here they are, NR. Now, also to mention, Aris was actually the sub hunter. We could actually be seeing Sky Zero in this lineup, and Sky Zero has a very scary win percentage with this Dream Witch. Not to mention Aurora, Judas, Dylan, and Daddy.
Yeah, I mean, since you bring that up, if Eris is the sub, like by virtue, typically you'd assume that the main hunter could deliver an even stronger performance. So that's something to look forward to. Checking out Sky Zero again, one of the highest win rate percentages that we're seeing here out of a hunter based on their preferred pick right here at the IVC 2020, which is why we can't stress this enough just how much of a powerhouse NR is when it comes to the hunters that they bring to the table in this tournament.
Are we going to be blessed with Sky Zero's Dream Witch at the onslaught, or are we going to see, Aris, the guy that was able to, turn things around when he was in a tight spot? Moving on to the other members and survivors of the NR group, we have Aurora, the Seer, able to buy a lot of time with this owl, and you know what? We've been seeing a lot of Seer compared to other big tournaments like KOA 3 and other regionals. We've been seeing a lot of Seer lately.
Yeah, one thing that we haven't been seeing as often, though, is this preferred pick from Judas right here, which is the Prospector. To be fair, we've seen a bit of Prospector in prior tournaments.
Yes.
Hasn't really been as much of a priority going into IVC so far. So definitely something to note. as we go along in the matches. Whether or not we'll see a bit more of that, or have we finally secured what the kind of meta and preferences for Southeast Asia pops? That's something that's at the back of my mind right now.
Fingers crossed we see a prospector, because that's going to be amazing, especially with a very skilled prospector, because he does take a lot of skill and resource management to use when he drops those magnets, and he also has to be aware of the areas. Now Dylan, something to highlight here is how he's able to use that instant perfumes for him to extend his kite. So that is something that OSM has to look out for when they are chasing this very slippery survivor. Moving on to Daddy, another fun fact, Articuno, Daddy never died. That is what we heard, because he never was sent back to the manor in his time here in IVC.
Yes, sir. And yeah, I think another thing that I'm looking at here is if we're going to see a step up from the survivors from NR, just so that we could see, because I think that's the one thing that would really bring them full circle here. If they could prove to be a powerhouse on both fronts, then we are looking at what could be a potential contender here. And I don't know, Poch, because this time around, as we said, we're a bit divided here. One of our percentages is going to be better than the other towards the end of this match.
True. As we mentioned, it's really neck and neck with NR and OSM. And I just think that we have to present both sides of the story. NR being a very formidable team with Sky Zero in the mix and Aris as the hunter. But OSM, their survivors are pretty good as well. So I know that one of us is going to take the L today, but you know what? I just love to see some amazing Identity 5 matches. And I don't mind if it's me, because I'd love to be proven wrong. Because I did go against NR before, and I'm open for them to change my mind again in this matchup.
Okay, a little bit of a non-believer we got on our hands. I'm going to... I mean, you said that you don't mind whoever wins. Not gonna lie, a little bit of my ego will kind of mind. not gonna lie, but you know what? I agree.
I love the honesty.
Yeah.
I mean, it's as we mentioned, it's really neck and neck, and how this match rolls out, I think we'll have more of a feel of how these guys fare up against each other. So we'll see. NR is a very formidable pick. I did start to see that, but you know, I tried to do the math, and I just lean a little bit towards OSM. Just the non-believer in me is just a little bit. So don't burn me at the stake just yet.
Sure, and vice versa to all the Awesome fans. I am willing to see if Awesome can live up exactly to their name and just be awesome enough to topple out NR here. But of course, as you can see in my predictions, my faith lean towards NR. I am a huge believer after their performance during game one. It's we have a divided caster desk here, Poch, a divided MC desk that we're looking at. And I think this is where things get really spicy for IVC. So chat, we're not even just talking about NR win and OSM win. Are you Articuno win or Poch win based on the predictions that we have here today? No, Articuno, Arc win, and Poch win. There you go.
Oh, okay. We'll see if the chat will be divided as well, but we have to stay unbiased when we call the action, and that's why I'm really looking forward to seeing the match and see how these players pan out. Again, it's a matter of inches, and it's a matter of who will implore their strategy more, because we talked about this offline. We said this is actually a potential matchup that can actually go the distance.
Right. Yeah, it really can. We were talking earlier about how if there's a game that we're expecting to go the full 3 rounds, it might very well be NR and Awesome because of how high the stakes, not just the stakes are for both teams towards who might continue their undefeated streak and who might suffer their first loss, but also with just how close it was. We were talking about how predictions were a bit harder going into this because it's such a tough call to make, and it really reflects just based on the votes. Like, jokes aside, it was so hard for both of us to choose whether we wanted to lead towards NR or OSM in this case, and there's not much we can do but see how the cookie will crumble once that round one sits in. That will really give us a glimpse as to how these teams fare up against each other.
And just to Yes.
Yeah.
And just to kind of set the stakes of how this is going to play out, I believe NR is not overlooking OSM. We do talk about the
Definitely.
giants that are VX and GK, but in the interview that Aris did mention is that OSM is one of the matches they are not looking forward to because they are very formidable. And we saw it yesterday against their match with DT. So
Right.
I think both these teams are not looking past what's in front of them and their opposition, and we're going to see some amazing matches through and through in this match. So really excited to see that happen. I was going to add some more, but you go.
Alrighty, for sure. I'm interested to see what hunter picks are going to be coming into the table as well, because NR brings a mean violinist to the table based on what we saw. Eris is just so comfortable, assuming that we're even going to see Eris today, because for all we know, we could be seeing Sky Zero as well. But I guess, yeah. I'm at a loss right now.
Actually, I'll add to that because, as you mentioned before, having Aris come in is very scary because Aris is the sub, and now we're going to be seeing Sky Zero. You said that the sub was very good. Now we're seeing the main hunter that is Sky Zero. We're seeing an Axe Boy, not wasting any time as we head into this crazy matchup, Articuno.
Axe Boy first pick. Okay, Sky Zero has piqued my curiosity, but you know what? Since it is Ever Sleeping Town, totally understandable. And we saw what a really good Axe Boy can do, even if you're working with a map that is huge. So I think NR is making the right call here as far as what pick. Let's talk about those survivors still much.
Yep, we do have a mechanic by 9 Mamos, a Seer with Nerakun, Jacket with that signature forward, and OSM's Mercenary with the Flash. And now here we're at the center of Ever Sleeping Town. A lot of real estate to work with. 9 Mamos is going to get sniped out. Unfortunately, the owl was just a little too late, but it's going to extend the kite. Excellent snipe out there by Sky Zero, rocking the Axe Boy. And now we see 9 Mamos move towards the and he's trying to get that fireball hit, but unfortunate there by Sky Zero. The train is right there. Sky Zero is there to pick up the pieces.
Oh man, Yautza, man, this is a great start here for NR, being able to land 9 Mamos this early on. I think the first time we saw Ever Sleeping Town, that was kind of the struggle here. If a survivor is able to kite for as long as possible, combined with the sheer size of this map, that spells a lot of trouble for the hunter. But luckily for Sky Zero, this is a decent start. It's still too early to tell though. As we see the rest coming from the Flash.
Okay, Flash is going to eat that hit for him to be able to save the mechanic. The mechanic trying to go towards the graveyard. Not as good as the graveyard in red shirt. And here we go, Axe Boy lining it up and sniping away at the mechanic. Sky Zero is very determined with landing these hits on 9 Mamos and still continues to chase while 9 Mamos tries to get away as far as possible. Any rocket tries to try as much time as possible, and one Cypher has been popped in that exchange.
Yeah, and can we just emphasize how huge it is that Sky Zero was able to land this mechanic, combined with the fact that he's sending him straight to the basement as well. This is something that OSM will have to think of. Do they want to respond to try to go for the save? Based on what we're seeing here, everyone is laser focused on going for these ciphers instead.
And Sky Zero realizing that really has shifted his attention towards this Nerakun. Tried to use the link. Nerakun was gathered some distance for him to be able to just get away from the hit range of that Axe Boy. And now 9 Mamos still in the basement. Sky Zero trying to check and surveil the area if anyone's going to go for that save. While this mechanic is doing everything she can to up the ciphers before sent back to the matter, and that is what happened right now.
Yes, sir, and okay, this is so good for Sky Zero. Looks like he will be coming towards the Flash now. Any rushes are out of the window for OSM at this point. Sky Zero really starting to veer in here on the Flash. The Flash, of course, is going to zip just like his namesake as he establishes some distance. Pallet will drop, but Sky Zero was just on the right side of those graves. Tries to go for the hit. A little bit too short there. Goes over the window here, the Flash. This is going to buy him a little bit more distance. So the Flash, he's really buying some time here. But, oh, man, at the end of the day, there we go. The fall comes in, and that will be Sky Zero sending his next victim to Rocket Chair. First time, though. So this is still really good for OSM, especially with one cycle remaining. Question is, are they going to put a rescue? Are they going to go for the rescue this time on their second survivor down on the Rocket Chair?
And this early on, now we see the Seer trying to go for it and going to commit to that while he still builds that owl. The Mercenary has no elbow pads left to extend this guy through. He's going to have to rely on the real estate that is an ever-sleeping down graveyard. Tries to choke it. Naruto, though, is going to see the end of that axe while the Seer falls down. We see a primed Cypher, but now the axe boy shifts his attention towards the Mercenary while the forward is on Cypher Pop shooting. Are we going to see a Pop Cypher while the Flash tries to go for that save? Only time will tell, as we're going to see a chaired Seer here at the graveyard of Ever Sleeping Town.
Yeah, Flash is really timing that. Ooh, misses out on that swipe though. Luckily, that Cypher still hasn't been popped just yet, so really, really good discipline coming in from OSM. Anybody could fall, but it wouldn't really matter if they have that Cypher ready anyway. So
the Mercenary was able to hit that hit. Now the forward going for that pop is Sky Zero, loading his attention on Naruto, but the Owl is able to keep that hit and is transitioning away from the middle part of the map and moving to better real estate. Sky Zero still has detention, so that is something to consider. Now with the Owl to work with. Can he build an Owl? No. Sky Zero is able to knock down the Seer once again, and a chair is right there, while OSM's Jacket creates space and tries to spoil down the pallets to be able to buy some time, but no, the blink will be used. Articuno.
Yes, sir. Oh, man. Sky Zero really doesn't want to take any prisoners in this game. And you know what? It's ironic because he is taking full prison. He's taking full prison of these survivors right now. Instantly swings back towards Naruto. Just still grant a window of opportunity for the save from the Mercenary. It looks like they do just that.
Oh, and the Flash now going to prioritize the exit gate. We still have a very, there is detention on this Axe Boy, while Jockey is still half of health. So it's looking very dicey in terms of this rescue. They're going to try to go for it, but again, the tram is not working in OSM's favor. The Flash moving and driving around, he is going to get hit, and the forward is now unstunned by the tram. And we're going to see a shared Mercenary for the second time, while Jacket was able to save the Seer. Now moving and prioritizing to run towards that exit. Now OSM Jacket using the rugby ball. Excellent movement there from Naruto. Are we going to see a 2-2 in this match? The Flash able to get out, but still undeterred with Sky Zero and cheering this Mercenary. I believe this is almost GG's, Articuno, and it is.
Oh my god! That was crazy. Good job coming in from OSM to make sure that they get two survivors out of the game. But at the same time, Sky Zero, the madman, I don't even know where to start. I just want to give this guy full praise for what he was able to show. Again, the reason why I like Axe Boy as a choice going into Ever Sleeping Down, or just generally speaking, like those maps with large spans of terrain, is because of how essential that movement speed is, not only to close the gap between himself to the survivors, but also just traversing that massive terrain that you have to deal with. And even though Ever Sleeping Town was kind of a question mark for us, it's really refreshing to see teams like NR really knowing what the game plan should be as a hunter. And Sky Zero, I will say, great start to his run as far as the broadcasted games that we have here at the IVC. I think it's really safe to say NR has a double threat in these two hunters that they have on their roster. Just very, very impressed right now.
Sky Zero making his debut with a bang with that Axe Boy in Ever Sleeping Town. As we mentioned, Ever Sleeping Town being a very big map, but you saw that he was able to really utilize the toolkit of Axe Boy to full effect there, really using the Peaceful Pines to his advantage and really zipping around the map and making sure that he's able to surveil any of the survivors. And what a great start to his run here, being able to snipe out that mechanic early on. But I have a feeling that one of the biggest factors here, and what I think the second hunter in this game was that tram, because
Actually,
right, that tram again is such a RNG mechanic. You know, you're so focused on this Axe Boy fully fed chasing you, and you know what, one of the things they teach you as a kid is to look both ways before crossing the street. That tram was right there to, you know, I think that was one of the Axe Boy's buffs there.
yeah, actually, but
At the expense of OSM.
let's check out the match data, in which case was half expecting the tram to be included in the match data stats here, but I guess that's not something that our production team can graphically produce right away. But yeah, seriously speaking, unfortunate for Nine Mamos that he suffered the brute of aggression earlier on from Sky Zero. In all fairness, though, decoding progress at 100%. So luckily, OSM was able to utilize his utility during the time that Nine Mamos was still alive in this game.
Exactly. That's what the buff. That's the thing that the mechanic brings to the table, is that doll. It just buffs her completely because it adds another body to the table. Even though she is chaired, the doll is still in effect and still trying to push those ciphers. But Sky Zero doing a great job zoning in on that mechanic first off, and just moving his attention to Neruku and having the having also 74 seconds containment time, as well as the mercenary. So kudos to this team, because it's still neck and neck, and we didn't lie in how tight this match is going to be in terms of skill level and sheer will to win between NR and OSM.
Yes, sirree. And oh man, there was one thing I wanted to bring up, kind of escaped my mind. Anyway, oh yeah, Ever Sleeping Town.
Yes.
There we go. I just remembered. So I think what we saw during the first chase of the mechanic shows what could also be a detriment to survivors when you're working with such a huge terrain. Now, there's safety in terms of being able to be isolated from each other from whoever the hunter is chasing. Like whoever is kiting, all you have to do is kite towards a location, if possible, that's far away from the rest of the team, just so that everyone has the comfort of being able to work on these ciphers.
Yes.
The downside, which we kind of saw, was I'm going to pinpoint a very specific moment, was when the mechanic was brought to the basement. And if you notice the positioning of all the survivors, they were in the distance. So I could understand why nobody really opted to go for the save anymore, because number one, they were able to maximize the utility of the mechanic by at least getting one of those ciphers done. We saw it in the 100% progress. And number two, it's just the distance that you have to traverse. It would have been such a waste of time. So I think that's something you also want to put into consideration when you're working along these large maps as a survivor. You have to take into account that if the hunter does indeed nail one of your fellow survivors, you have the task of potentially not being able to rescue the survivor in time just because of the sheer distance you might have to traverse, if it just so happens that if your position on that map is far from where the survivor was strapped to a rocket chair, which kind of did become the detriment that OSM was facing once they lost out on the mechanic all the way down in that basement. That's another layer in itself. Like,
yeah, I would say it's a choice that they had to make, and it was a logical decision because Sky Zero came to play and they realized how far the distance they had to cover. They didn't have a priestess. They did have a forward, but that forward did use that rugby ball to just get out of hindsight and just run towards the exit gate. And with a map like Ever Sleeping Town, with how big it is, and also the tram that unfortunately was able to make its mark here, it gets the best of the best. So it's also the added layer, and I think the added added variable in this map that we just introduced in competitive play. So I'm actually glad that we're seeing a lot of Ever Sleeping Town, because it's one of those new maps that we're still trying to learn from and still trying to find the best optimal picks from. And we're seeing to play full effect in the first round. Yesterday, we also saw it in the first round. So slowly, as we go into competitive Identity 5 in Southeast Asia, we're slowly building our playbook and slowly building on certain builds we want to bring to this scary map.
Yes, sirree. And I guess one more thing I want to bring up while we wait for the pick and ban that was a highlight for me was the micromanagement coming in from Sky Zero at the last few seconds of that game. Again, one of the safer things that hunters would usually do is that they would just content themselves with that one survivor that they're able to land because of the tension.
Right.
But he played the risky move of pursuing other survivors, and there's factors that you have to take into consideration here. He took that risk knowing that it was it's actually a calculated risk if you think about it, because the position of that rocket chair towards that gate was made it viable for him to make that move. So yeah, just thinking back on that, I think that just really goes to show it's really refreshing to see more hunters that are risk takers in that sense. But enough of that. We're already moving into our pick and ban. Let's focus on the present. NR on the survivor side, with Last Human taking up the helm as hunter for OSM.
And I agree with this pick, banning the priestess, but then it leaves everything to the holy triumvirate that we always speak of. So we see a mechanic, a seer, and a mercenary, accompanied with a forward. So Last Human has his hunting cut out for him, but look at this Last Human with the bonbon. Okay. Interesting stuff here coming out of Last Human, and we're still at Ever Sleeping Town, a very big map, so it's going to have to come to the early game for Last Human to make a dent in the plan of the survivors of NR.
Yeah, I mean, if there's one consolation to NR that they're working with, since they are on Ever Sleeping Town, it would be of benefit, these large spaces that they work around, because it gives them more space to maneuver when they're trying to dodge around these bombs coming in from Guard 26. But you know what? Let's see how this plays out as we head on into the game. Can I just say as a side note, because we're going to get into the nitty-gritty eventually, this particular skin drives me nuts whenever whenever Guard 26 gets the hit, and then you hear that sinister laugh. Yeah, exactly. Oh my god.
You feel so hurt that you got hit by him, and then he laughed at you like that. It's just like an extra nerf for you. Like
he's taunting you.
Exactly. So let's see if Last Human will be able to get those in while he hunts his first survivor, that is Judas. Excellently placed run there, but Last Human was able to get a bomb hit. And the bombs do 1/4 the damage. Judas, though, out on the heels of this very determined bomb launcher.
Ooh. Yeah, I like how Judas doesn't risk staying too long around those corridors, just because, again, those tighter spaces could prove to be a detriment to you if you're going up against Bonbon here. But luckily, the transitions have been great from Judas, just playing Ring Around the Rosie with Last Human right now. And so far, I think this is a win for NR. Lots of time being brought out here. And Last Human, the fact that he gonna really need to rely on the bombs to do some damage. And you know what? Never mind. I take that back. Luckily, he was able to close the distance, get that first hit. All he needs is one more bomb. He's right back on track.
Yeah, that Bonbon was just laughing at us. Like, you think this chase is over? I got that blink right on deck. An excellent owl. All right, just to buy a little more time while some ciphers are being popped. And now the rugby ball is going to be used to just hamper a little bit of the distance. The owl is still a factor while we kite around the area, real close to the tram area. And now just streaking back and forth. Last Human gets his first survivor down. But Articuno, we have 3 ciphers that have already been popped, and that is the effect that mechanic brings to the table.
Yeah, it's just a great combination of the things working out for NR right now. With the composition that they have, it's just innately the advantages of the utility that they have across the board that's doing great work. And take note, this is only Judas's first time on the rocket chair. Daddy not able. Okay, there you go. Takes it right there. And terror shot. Okay, maybe I spoke too soon. That was unfortunate. The double bomb into the terror shock was devastating for the
my
mercenary right
God.
there. But you know what? Really good try though. I think in the circumstances, you're working with such a kind of a tight spot, not the tightest
Look,
spot on the map,
look.
but
Bon has one of the best camping in the game, and last team is playing that to full effect here. And that was very unfortunate on Daddy's side. Trying to go, had the right game plan, but forward, counting down, and now he has a lot to think about. Now he picks up the mechanic for him to be able to, get no hit recovery. Still moving around, and we have a down here in the process. Forward is playing away. This is going to be his last chair, or Dylan is down as the tier. Transferring his sights to Judas while Judas is there, and Aurora has to be in saving duty. A lot of things to consider in last human side because there are still 2 ciphers left, but he was able to extend and just shift the priority into saving more than Cypher Rush.
yeah, they have to be a bit more careful here. Aurora is in the vicinity, trying to draw a bit of attention away from the pressure that last human is putting in. Again, I love this barricade of a strategy when you're running guard 26. Not necessarily the easiest thing to work around, that's for sure. But here we have last human. Okay, just setting down Dylan.
Okay, Dylan just moving him away, but then he can just struggle free. But then he's just still picking him up and putting him back down. Aurora trying to make the approach, but then Aurora is falling down. These bombs have been played to full effect, Articuno.
Yeah, last human really knows the proper place he should be playing defense on this map, and it's such close quarters. There's so many structures that you don't really have as many pathways to work with to dodge around the bombs that last human has.
And the mercenary taking time bomb going away, but then we're going to see a struggled sprint here while the mechanic is still down, still never say die attitude on NR's side, while we're going to see the Seer buy enough time. The forward, though, is close to being gone. Aurora gets up, and we still have ourselves a game.
Yes, looks like NR is back on track, in which case can Aurora get the dodge though. Took a bit of a hit, but still at 75%, things should be fine. Question is, the terror shot comes in though, just as Aurora goes over the window. So great job in which case coming from last human, getting that last hit before Aurora gets the
And as with chasing, their NR is doing a bit of cleanup in terms of their resources of life. Now the forward is going to take a risk here and try to go for that save because he does have full health. But then, mind you, Articuno, he has one last chair in him before he's sent back. And here we go, last human again with that barrage. It's crazy to say that the chase was so long at the start, but once you get rolling with this bonbon, last human is doing a lot of work.
Oh man, there you go. Last human really pushing the pressure here. There you go. Teleport comes in. Dylan goes over that pallet, but again, another tight spot if he doesn't position himself correctly. But looks like he's dodging and ducking. All is well thus far. Has to be careful though. Okay.
Yes. Last human has to be very fast in downing the Seer, and he does because that Seer was slowly building an owl, and I believe he did. Looking at the resources, he has one, but the mechanic is about to head on, while the forward is at 75% healing. Will last human be able to get there in time, or will the forward be able to get up to extend this match? Because that Cypher is almost primed, and the forward is able to get back up here at the corner house.
Yes, agree. Ooh, last human sniffs this out though. Judas has to be careful. He's kind of ducking and weaving. Looks like he's able to establish what direction he has to go. Has the premonition of how close last human is getting to him was the signal. But this is such a tough order for Judas. There's not anybody else but him that could potentially work on a cipher. The hope and the prayer is unfortunate.
Wow, last human dominance with a capital D with that bonbon. I was honestly questioning the start because, you know what, the forward was able to kite as long as possible. But once he was able to chair that forward, it was really tough for that mercenary to make that save with so much bombs to be thinking of, and also the hammer that bonbon presented. So last human is a very dangerous bonbon.
Yeah, I mean, that is really, really well played out by OSM. One of the reasons why I think that was good is, like, if you look at NR, they had all the right ingredients
Yes.
at the start of that match. Like, that forward kept that Bonbon so preoccupied. But as soon as the attempt for a rescue came in, that's where it kind of started crumbling. And this was where the guard 26 really shined. And I think this is such a good pseudo counter in a way when you're working in Ever Sleeping Town, especially if you're working with a guard 26. So long as you land one and establish a strong enough rampart of a defense to make sure that you defend that survivor you chaired properly, then it kind of puts the survivors in a situation where they have to adjust to that if they do really want to respond. Now, one question that they have at the back of my mind, Potch, is whether or not it was worth it in the end to have tried to have gone for the rescue on the forward. Because if you're the guard 26, you want to maximize the advantage that you have in that moment was just to safely secure your target.
Right.
Well, again, it was the triumvirate that was still up for NR here. So there's just a lot of variables that I'm trying to look into. But
To answer the question, it seemed very viable at the start because Mercenary going for the save, it didn't even reach the half. They had the right tools in their pocket. The mech was actually, I believe, when the forward fell to the rocket chair, there were already 3 ciphers popped already. So
right.
It just seemed the equation was there, but then the terror shock, very unfortunate on the side of NR. The great timing on Last Human, him to plant those bombs, catch the Mercenary as he was releasing the forward from the rocket chair. And that is where I think that the momentum just shifted drastically towards OSM's side.
Yeah, definitely. I think that was one hell of a defense that we saw. You know what? These are stats that I feel like are super important to look at right now. The containment time coming in from Judas really shows how much time he bought. And at the same time, like the decoding progress across the board shows the amount of work that they were able to get in. But at the same time, the attack hits from Last Human, I think, is another stat that we have to pay super close attention to. 22 hits just really continue to consistently nail his targets bit by bit. Even though they stood up, Last Human was in the perfect position, or not even perfect position, but rather was just very persistent in making sure that NR ever so subtly started losing out on their advantages.
Just to highlight one of the words you described, the offense, it was a barricade of offense because they couldn't burst through that those bombs that he was presenting, and it was explained in those numbers. So now here we see the match results, ladies and gentlemen. The first half, it was off to a tie as Sky Zero was hunting on Axe Boy, but then Last Human being able to win the first round for them. And you know what? It goes without being questioned that he is getting the MVP spot in the first round. Look at the destruction on this hunter. 22 survivor hits, 5 pallets destroyed, 9 knockdowns. Last Human came to hunt.
Yeah, and I guess one last note I have, which I think makes Last Human a very deserving MVP for this match, was the fact that, again, it's Ever Sleeping Town. You have such a wide map. If you think about it, there's just so much terrain that you have to work against. But the smart thing about what happened for Last Human was instead of him chasing the survivors, he was able to bring the survivors to him within that space when they were trying to rescue the forward. So, like, if I wish there was kind of a stat on terrain traverse, so to speak, because
there's an idea.
Yeah, like I think that would have been something interesting to look into, because that guard 26 didn't really have to veer far towards 3/4, like 3/4 through the game basically.
At the start he was, but then once he got the forward chaired, that's when, you know what, like you said, he was really just attracting like a moth to a flame. Just try to save this forward, try to test your rescuing technique, and I'll see you there with my bombs, and let's see who will prevail. And Last Human was able to just show how scary the camping game is of a guard 26. And we heard that laugh so many times for that skin.
Oh my gosh.
That teddy bear laugh, that menacing laugh that's just taunting you. Last human able to play that. And I have a feeling that, you know what? NR is going to come out back at this real strong, and they are going to respect the Bonbon ban no matter what the map is, because you can see that last human can rock the Bonbon no matter how big the map is, no matter how big the map is.
Truly, and if Sky Zero is capable of bringing other cards to the table where he could play just as strong, if not stronger, then that's something that OSM might find to be a hurdle moving forward. But at the end of the day, a hurdle it is not in this very moment, because the points tally up and they win round one with a 5-point lead to their name. So that's pretty hefty, Potch.
Yeah, pretty hefty lead for the side of OSM, but then we can't just, sum it up just there. This is just the first round. It doesn't paint the entire picture. Case in point, what happened in the previous matches where teams turn things up, and NR is known for that. We did see Aris really turn things up, as well as their survivors turn things up in the second round. So even though OSM did a great job, they can't rest on their laurels just yet, because they have a very formidable team that is hungry for points, and there's nothing scarier than someone that is clawing to get to the top. That is NR to get back in this matchup.
Yes, sirree. And I guess what we have to look at now is approach towards round two. We already kind of touched on Sky Zero. Guard 26 most likely going to be a highly contested ban going up against him. Just looking at the stats that we have right here. I can't find the window for the love of me. I thought I had it open.
Let me just bring up something.
Sure.
Just to look at the stats, both these hunters do prefer Dream Witch. So that is another thing that they have to consider. If they want to do this dance in a smaller stage, will they go for the Dream Witch ban? I'm just asking the audience these questions because it's very interesting, because now that they know how the Axe Boy is so effective and how scary the Bonbon is, will they just overlook the preferred picks and actually allow them? Because we are going to see one Hunter ban out of these two teams, ladies and gentlemen, and we're going to see two Survivor bans. So really interesting to see how we're able to settle this stance, if it's going to be a bigger stage or not. Yesterday, we did see back-to-back Ever-Sleeping Town and Moonlit on the side of OSM. So maybe they're a team that loves the terrain and loves to move around.
Definitely. And yeah, as I look at these stats right here, you said it right, Dream Witch. I think Dream Witch is something I would heavily look forward to from both hunters, should it be an option that was opened up. One thing that I appreciate about The Last Human and Sky Zero is they both have this level of precision that they bring to the table. I talk about precision in terms of the consistency of forethought we saw from that guard 26 bomb placements on the side of OSM. And on the flip side, what really struck really impressive with me was the micro play coming into the picture from Sky Zero when he was really maximizing those last seconds. I really thought for a moment that it would have ended up with a one survivor out. It was just unfortunate that right at that last moment, he was trying to land that last hit on one of the survivors that were veering towards that exit gate. But since it didn't land, the two survivors were just able to walk straight out of the gate. So yeah, just again, this is something I mentioned earlier where hunters would kind of be a recurring interest as this day went along, and it's really holding true for both OSM and NR, but not to discount the survivors either, because that's something that we're going to have to see as far as the build up as this series goes along.
Yeah, we've been seeing a trend of the big points coming out of hunters, but not to say that, survivors can get 4-man outs. It's just, I guess that's the more prominent trend, especially as we're spectating the hunter. So it's just, yes, there is priority with the hunters, and we have to see if the survivors can also bring things to the table. And now I believe we are heading towards the next match, and I'm really excited to see what over in round number 2, what the map is and how they're able to maneuver around it. And we are going to see the hospital Articuno. That is where we're going to settle this dance. OSM's last human, riding on the coattails of his previous that dominance, going to ban the mech and the mercenary, while NR is banning the Dream Witch.
Okay, so as far as picks, we see, of course, the Seer going to be secured. And last human. Alrighty, you know what? I did excellent on my bonbon earlier. I'm going to shake my bonbon again going into this one.
Yeah, if it ain't broke, why fix it? He's going to try to make lightning strike twice with this Guard 26 in a smaller map that is Sacred Heart Hospital. We are going to see a change of cast with a Priestess, a Forward, Gravekeeper, and I believe the last one is a Seer. Now last human heading to the outside of the hospital, over at hospital window, spots Dylan and Judas traversing the area, and Dylan not wasting any time, going straight to the hospital because this is the safe haven of the survivors.
Yes, sir. And okay, I just want to talk about the composition that NR is bringing to the table real quick. I think based on the bans that we saw, I would agree with just prioritizing Dream Witch. And it's very clear that I think they were banking on the possibility of Guard 26 coming up anyway. They know full well that last human had a highly likely chance to bring to the table. That said, this particular composition I think is great to work around the Guard 26. There's a lot of time that could be bought, whether it be the Owl of the Seer, Gravekeeper going underground, Priestess going through portals to just straight up portal out of bombs. I think this is really good forethought from NR. The question is, will execution be on point? Because Seer already took 25 plus the hit, so it's a bit worried for Dylan. But Dylan is holding his own out there, so far so good.
So far so good on the side of Dylan, just buying a lot of time, and another hit was able to land. Dylan on his last legs, one more bomb would do it, even a hammer hit. And now last human really focusing his attention on the shack area, still wanting to down this Seer, but he does have to worry about that Gravekeeper and Forward, as you mentioned. Now moving outside of shack, real close to hospital, and there's a chair that is waiting for the Seer because he will be falling down. And last human once again is going to employ that strategy of trying to draw NR into it, but excellent tackle, but he was able to drop the Seer in time for the Seer to still be knocked down. And now Judas right there trying to find his way and trying to find his timing to make that rescue. And as we were talking, the dungeon just appeared in that spot.
Yes, sir. Lightning reflex is coming out right here from Judas now. NR, they have to be really careful if they're going to go for the save here. And I think first things first, Judas might be a key here towards making sure that it's a safe rescue, not the same mistake that they kind of made earlier. So I think, again, just NR, great composition, execution is something that we're really going to look for as these next few seconds unfold before our eyes.
And, last human is really determined in, just securing this Seer going back to the manor. And you see there that Judas is hovering. Lower left side sees the Priestess about to pop that cipher, and the mercenary is also doing his work. The Gravekeeper is doing his work, and the Seer is heading back to the manor, while we're shifting our sights towards Aurora here. Last human going to try to through those bombs, but then again, long portal is able to have an exit path for this Priestess.
Yeah, beautiful timing in which case by Aurora, just as last human veered towards and was able to pop the cipher in the nick of time. So, NR, yeah, this is definitely better decision making that we're seeing in this game.
True. Last human being able to use that teleport, now back at Judas. Accelerated decoding is now a factor. Priestess is trying to find that other cipher. I believe the other cipher is at Shack. Now we're at Shack Ruins. and this is a very great place for Judas to keep hiding. But excellent bomb placement with Judas in half-life. Last Human is still determined in downing this forward, while the Priestess is still trying to push those objectives.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be tricky for Judas here, but he's rolling with the punches so far. Takes another 25% to the back, and this is going to be really tricky. Can't afford another one, but nonetheless, you got to give massive kudos to Judas. He has been buying just the right enough of time for his team thus far to make sure that they work on these side first. And he's stuck in the evening, but unfortunately, his time has expired. He goes down. The rocket chair he will go, but nonetheless, NOIR, they made the most of this time. They can still make the most of the situation with a 2 survivor out. Maybe another big question is, are they going to go for a rescue here?
Yes, Daddy is on his way. He is in that burrow state while Priestess is locked and loaded and popping that cipher. And now Daddy has to really worry about all these bombs that are being placed. And Daddy now trying to go for it. Gets the tide turn in effect. The bombs are still going to be a factor. That Priestess is so close to popping that cipher, but not just yet. Waiting for it, and she does. The forward gets an extra wind of life for him to be able to get out. And we have some healthy survivors on deck on the side of NR.
Yes, sir, and it's interesting. Last Human just decides to go straight on to focus onto Daddy, but Daddy, really not wanting to do with the ducks and feet that the bomb will prove to be, just decides to go for underground. And you know what? Last Human has had enough of it. He knows that he doesn't want to waste his time. Just go straight for Aurora instead.
Lower left side of the screen sees that forward pushing the exit gate over at Shaq, and he is trying to open that while Aurora trying to buy as much time as possible. Can they get a 3-man out? Because Last Human is trying his best for him to be able to get at least a tie game for them to move on in round number 2. But a very slippery Priestess is finding her way and slowly kiting her way to the back exit of this map, Articuno.
Yes, sir, and it's a massive distance.
Dungeons
but you know what? Oh my gosh! Not even necessary to go for the gate. Go for the dungeon. All good.
Wow. So OSM, NR turning things up in their survivor side, being able to get a redemption arc with how they dealt with that bonbon. So now it is 3-1 in favor of NR. Excellent stuff on the side of the survivor side and NR, being able to buy a lot of time, learning from their mistakes, really making sure not to get too drawn into the camping of the bonbon. Even though they had to give up that seer, it did buy them enough time for them to get the 3-man out.
Yeah, I mean, in all fairness as well, kudos to Judas. I really like that. I really like the thought of that one shot, one opportunity play, where they were just hoping that he would. He was hoping that he would charge in at the right moment to salvage the seer. But yeah, as you mentioned, really quick thinking on Last Human side, making sure to drop the survivor that he had on hand just at the right moment as the forward went for that tackle. But you know what? It's fine. Fast forward, NR, you really said it best, Potch, to be honest. They learned from the mistakes of game 1, and it was so refreshing to see those adjustments come into play come in round 2. And I was kind of holding my breath at moments where you were taking the lead in the casting, because we saw how formidable Last Human is when it comes to these bombs. But again, Plus Ultra just kicked in for NR. Ducking and weaving came on point, and at the end of the way, GG, well played. NR really in it to win it in this case.
It just shows that they didn't want to risk going for that rescue and really respecting the camping that that Last Human brings to the table, because they dealt with that before and it went unfavorably for them. So here is the match data, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of hits on the side of that bonbon, getting that seer out of there, and the forward, I believe, just containing him the longest, and the Priestess really pushing those ciphers. And even though the attention was diverted and he did teleport towards that Priestess, the Priestess did a great job using her holy keys, maneuvering inside and outside the hospital to buy enough time for that forward to really push the exit gate and the shack exit gate for them to get that 3-man out. So NR is really turning things up, and I do believe that NR really just improves as the matches go on. So this is their second round. So side is on OSM now to do the surviving. And I'm
Yeah.
interested to see how they'll be able to adjust to now catching up NR.
Yeah, and it's really refreshing to see that it's a point that we brought up in day one. It's okay to fumble in the first round so long as you're able to learn from what might have went wrong or what you ideally would have been a better decision in that round that you might have suffered losses and adjust accordingly going into round two. NR exemplified that going into that game. It's a full circle moment for me. It started in pick and ban. They knew what the optimal picks were, knowing very well that by banning Dream Witch, Guard 26 was going to be another very highly likely pick that Last Human was going to bring to the table, and it also translated with the decision making that happened in the game. I'm not going to go into it again, but we already saw it from the well from the moment that they decided not to go for the rescue after the forward made that one shot one opportunity attempt, and then just straight to the positioning and even right down to the pick spot. That was what really impressed me. They brought optimal picks that would prove to be the not extra utility, sorry, but the appropriate utility that they needed to work around a Guard 26.
Exactly. And just to highlight also, they did have the best picks in the map of Ever Sleeping Town. They brought the Trinity, and now still able to utilize what was left. There was a ban Merc, there was a ban Mechanic. So the Seer was able to do his job perfectly, being able to buy that much time. The Forward was there to be a constant threat to keep Last Human there, and I think that was a great job by Judas on just keeping him there, just so that the Forward be a constant threat in terms of getting that rescue. Even though I think at the back of their mind he was thinking that I'm not gonna risk going and playing into your strength. You're going to play to our game plan. And that is what NR is able to do. And now OSM really has some adjusting to do if they want to still maintain that lead, because I believe Sky Zero is going to be the one doing the hunting. I didn't see a shift, so maybe Aris is still in the sidelines for now, and we're going to see how Aris is going to deal with this. Now, the question that I want to present to everyone watching is that are they going to respect the Axe Boy pick, or are they going to go the same and just ban the Dream Witch and just have another round at the Axe Boy of Sky Zero?
Oh man, it's an interesting point that you bring up here, Potch, because if you think about it, what if OSM is gonna allow the Axe Boy through, then there's a lot. Okay. Let's break it down first with what if they ban Axe Boy? Based on the stats that we saw, Sky Zero is capable of bringing out the Dream Witch, and his win rate on the Dream Witch is one of the highest in the region, actually, because he's one of the top ranked at this particular hunter. So that's another layer of chaos that you're gonna have to prepare for if you're OSM. What if they do let Axe Boy through? What if they just go the same route and ban Dream Witch instead? What they're gonna be facing now is Axe Boy even gonna be up in selection for Sky Zero once again? Because what NR was able to accomplish is they let Last Human's Guard 26 go through, and they adapted accordingly. So the same might happen for OSM if an Axe Boy does come into play. But then again, if you think about the map, there are other options that could come up for Sky Zero's selection as well. And I would like to think that if we saw that same flexibility from Eris during day one, then I'm banking on the possibility that Sky Zero has that same flexibility in Hunter Pool as well. So I think those are the factors that I'm looking at in just to answer the question that you're bringing up. But I'm wondering what the audience might think as well, or just what the game plan could be for OSM.
Yeah, I think that the audience is also racking their brains on the possibilities that could come out. And speaking of possibilities, I did the math. Well, you know what? If OSM wants to be able to end this early on, they have to get a 4-man out. That's basically it. Because if it's, I think it's pretty safe to say that we are going to see a third round. Because of how dominant the survivors were on NR's side. Now it's Sky Zero's turn. Again, you presented a lot of cases in terms of letting the Axe Boy through or not, because the percentages don't lie in terms of win rate for the Dream Witch of Sky Zero. So that is something to respect. And NR did respect the Dream Witch of Last Human, going for wanting to face their nightmare again, which is the Bonbon, and getting a redemption arc in that. So they did ban the Dream Witch, wanting to go for that Bonbon. Made potential Axe Boy pick, but I mean that also opens up the Bloody Queens, that opens up the Violinists. But I have a feeling that they will respect that Dream Witch based on how scary that you mentioned the win rate is and how viable she is in this type of map.
True. I'd have to agree with you. But at the end of the day, I guess we'll have to see what OSM's game plan is going into this, because it's a hard condition that they're working against now. If they want to just not force it into a round 3,
Now that we talked about hunters, let's talk about survivors, because what I can say about this two teams is that they both have very formidable forwards. We saw Judas with the forward, and we saw Jacket with the forward. So having, I believe they'll still go with the Trinity pick in terms of the bans in this type of stage. And that just brings the question of how they're able to deal with that forward. We thought that the best way to deal with that forward was to plant those bombs, but what if that forward isn't even there? And that's how Judas was able to counter the Bonbon of Last Human. But now I'm so excited for this next match. We're going to head to the picks and bans. Sky Zero still doing the hunting, and we're going to see a respect ban of the Axe Boy. Sky Zero has the chance to actually bring out his Dream Witch, Articuno.
Yes, sir. You know what? OSM said we don't want to deal with that again. So I'll just take it away. But yeah, I think let's look at the survivor picks coming out first. 2 of the 3 of the Holy Trinity was left up in the open for OSM's taking.
Okay, so not going for the preferred pick, but probably maybe a very comfort pick of a violinist. Maybe he's more comfy using the violinist in this type of map. We aren't seeing Arms Factory, ladies and gentlemen. This is the hospital. And as Articuno was mentioning, we are seeing a Seer, a forward by Jacket, the Flash by Mercenary. Mercenary by Flash, my goodness, my English is failing me. Coordinator and a Seer. So interesting picks through and through. I want to see how this match is going to play out. Violinist starting at the hospital.
I just want to say that I think Violinist is a fairly respectable response to what OSM has fielded on the Survivor side. But you know what? We'll see. I think an optimal target earlier on would be the Coordinator, I guess, just so that
bait out the gun,
earlier on, and after that, there's not much the Coordinator can do there. But from what we're seeing here on the map, it is Jacket that's in his immediate vicinity, and he's just sniffing out on these ciphers.
Yep, over here at the Shack Ruins. Now shifting his attention. I probably saw that it was a forward. Didn't want to waste too much time because that forward can really just kite you for days and also have a potential stun in you. Sky Zero just patrolling the Shack area, trying to find his mark. And I believe, he is trying to find the most optimal mark. Either the Coordinator or the Seer, depending on how he wants to play this out. Narikun just tiptoeing his way around this structure here and plants a peeper, and I believe Narikun is going to get sniffed out.
So finally, Sky Zero's patience was rewarded. It's a good set his first victim, but you know what? Early pop on that owl, Curtis his ears. So yeah, it's definitely a win for Sky Zero.
Yep. Sky Zero now trying to kite Narikun. Narikun moving his attention and going towards the hospital, but going to eat a hit just so we can transition. But Nine Mamos is up there. Does he want to try to go up those steps? No, he tries vaulting that window. And now Sky Zero is still determined on downing the Seer while everyone is trying to go for that Cypher Rush.
Yeah, and the music is playing for Sky Zero, trying to land the clear shots. Narikun making the practice move by transitioning towards the second floor. Let's see how this goes. Sky Zero really starting to close in on him, though. Has to be careful, looking to land that hit. Narikun has been doing a good job of right into the last moment as falls. Sky Zero successfully finally gets his target, but this is perfect! The Coordinator up there. You know what? I'm bringing my crowd control to the table. You're not taking out the Seer just yet.
Exactly, and that buys so much more time while the coordinator is trying to just get those notes out of her just so that she'll be able to, you know what, we'll be able to move the map around more. But that Seer was able to get another owl, baiting another hit, and moving and transitioning to another side of this map, going to statues. While we see there, everyone just going for that Cypher Rush. A true Cypher fight so far. Watch out, not going for that Vault, but he will eat that hit, and Sky Zero has a down Seer for now because Jacket is right there and he has to worry about that forward tackle.
Yes, Yuri, it looks like Sky Zero is going for the setup for now. Has to be really, really careful. Jacket is really looking to poise himself in a position where he could potentially ram this violinist in, but it looks like that won't be the case. Sky Zero with the Cypher lead successfully traps this year to the blockage.
And now here we go. Seer is still down. Jack is still just preoccupied. Your left side of the screen sees that we are seeing the Cypher Rush still happening, but Jacket is hell-bent and intent in rescuing this. Oh, he gets a hit in, and he's able to get the stun. Oh, not quite. Gets the hit, and he's able to bait that one out. Oh, and gets a stun once again. Jacket has been making a lot of time for this Seer to prolong his kite. Another stun, but not quite. Sky Zero is still moving and still in this area of the statue in hospital. And now Narukun is going to get popped for the last time, and the last effort is going to be played into effect.
Yes, sir. Sky Zero, though, turning his attention towards Jacket, doesn't want this forward to be a problem as he secures Narukun. Sky Zero, in which case, satisfied that he's turned Jacket away, brings Narukun back into the rocket chair.
We still have a mercenary and a coordinator, but note that the coordinator does not have a shot left. So it seems like Nine Mamos, the coordinator, is nearby the area, so she might actually be the one doing the saving. Interesting choice, but no, she's going to stick with that Cypher. And the Flash, yes, the mercenary is the one that's going to commit to that save. Does have elbow pads and still has that Tide Turner to play. But then, you know what? Oh, wow. Does the skill shot. That's what I was about to say. The camping of the violinist is really great in terms of how he's able to snipe out these hits, and he's able to hit the mercenary, and the Seer already has last effort.
Yes, sir. It's all a matter of timing here for Narukun. That Cypher is ready for the pop-in. Questions, are they finally going to go for it? Oh my gosh, that was a little bit unfortunate there. Just as was pop, Sky Zero lands the hit again, and this will be Narukun blasted out of the
and he changes to teleport because he doesn't want any of these survivors. He transfers to the Shack Gate, but everyone's over there at the North Gate. So now it is a foot race for Sky Zero to be able to down these survivors, but then he's able to really put the pressure with those notes, really slow them down. Excellent stuff. The mercenary sees it. Able to see a 3-1. GG's on both teams.
Oh my gosh, that is wow. Let's talk straight up right off the bat. Sky Zero not able to sniff out a target within the first quite a number of seconds of the start of the game, until he eventually was able to narrow in on that Seer. But on the flip side, this is another stat that I'm really looking forward to seeing, just how much time that Seer kept that violinist preoccupied, because that was a long number of seconds that went on.
It was, and I was getting so excited that my English was failing me, because the coordinator, that skill shot, that crowd control that you were talking about, bought even more time for him as he was able to get the shot in at the second floor of hospital, and the excellent transitions and rotations of the Seer. At first, I was kind of scared because he was going to a Cypher that the coordinator was working on, so that could have disrupted Cypher Rush, but excellent usage of that gun to be able to extend the life of that Seer. And it was just also with Sky Zero, another thing to highlight there was that timed note once the Cypher was popped, just so that the Seer would really just go down before anything would happen at the end game. But GG's, this was we did tell you guys it was going to go down to the wire. They tied in the second round, and now we're going to see a third match.
Yeah, now, oh man, this still means that at the end of the day, OSM is going in with a lot more to work with that 5 points that still separates them from NR. So they definitely have a lot more breathing room going into this. Now, um, moving forward, I think it's definitely a known fact that NR on the survivor side is capable of adjusting. I think what we really want to see here at this point is um, Sky Zero bring it full throttle as well on the Hunter side because he has the right ideas going on. It would be
Mm-hmm.
great that going into round three, if NR wants to take the win, if he could make that come to fruition for him, I guess.
Mm-hmm. True. They do have the tools, and we said this before. It's just, it's a battle of inches in how neck and neck things are, because they did have the right picks, they did have the right strategies in coming into these matches. But then, it just shows also, as we mentioned, that it is the hunters do get the bigger points, but then also the survivors, they do get those points in for them to extend the life of the team. And it is now 3-1 to 3-1. Let's check out the data of that match, because it was one to behold. Look at that seer. That is the number you're looking at, Articuno. 102 seconds kited. This Sky Zero's very formidable violinist.
Yeah, and look at this. After Nerakun, it was Jacket that was taking most of the brute of keeping Sky Zero busy, which really translates towards look at the Flash as well as Nine Mamos. They didn't really have as much of a care in the world. They were able to trust their team enough to just make sure that they focused on getting those ciphers down for OSM.
Just good job on all these all the members of OSM and Sky Zero. And as we said before, the forward being a very key player in terms of just bullying the hunter to play into their strength. And not to mention also, as you said before, the coordinator really choosing her shot very well. Only had a 5-second kite. She was really one of the main decoders, as well as the flash. So the really what took the brood of it was the seer and the forward. Now I'm interested to see actually who the MVP is, because we had some barn burning matches in the second round, and I believe it's still ramping up as we head to our third round. Here is the match results. It is now 11-6. NR did extend their life here against OSM. Not out of the woods yet. We have a 5-point deficit, and it is OSM Jacket with that forward, 1 average rescue, 70-second containment time, and average escapes. I think that one of the stats we should see here is the stuns on this forward.
Yeah, actually, it's such a shame that we don't get that since we are looking at the general stats for survivors. But yeah, I think that's why Jacket pretty much deserved this MVP just as much as I would say the Seer did as well, if you think about it. Just because of the amount of time that he kept the Hunter contained. But yeah, that said, Poch, it is an intense best of three that we have. Probably out of the two that we've had today, this is the one that's really grueling. I would between the two. So, round three on our hands, Poch. Where do we even start with this? Gosh.
I was gonna say there will be blood, and I have a feeling that I just did a premonition that a bloody queen is coming out in round 3? I'm not sure, but we didn't lie when we told you guys that this matchup would be, blood and guts spilled out, and they're just gonna leave it all on the line between OSM and NR. A big factor that we always talk about before coming into a round is the map choice. We're gonna remove Ever Sleeping Town. We're going to remove Hospital. So the choice, we still have 5 more maps to play in. I have a feeling, or if OSM would actually control the map choice, maybe they want to shine better at a map where they have more breathing room. Maybe try to go for a bigger terrain, just to also negate the Dream Witch of Sky Zero. What do you think, Articuno?
Yeah, I mean, I think Bance as well is a really heavy thing that's coming into the table. Based on Sky Zero's performance, I think OSM would be comfortable enough to let the violinist slide again. Probably will be focused towards Dream Witch as well as Axe Boy again. Yeah, that presents the question: what will Sky Zero bring to the table? In which case, will we see another violinist again, or will he shake it up in shake it up depending on the map that we see. On the flip side, for Last Human, guard 26 was let through.
Mm-hmm.
NR was able to adjust accordingly, and that said, whether or not we'll see guard 26 through again, that's a bit of a question in itself, because they have one less to work with again. That could be a workaround to hold its own against guard 26 as far as compositions that they can go for. So yeah, just I think I think map selection should be okay. Starting with
Yeah.
Ever Sleeping Down gives them a lot more leeway for these other more frequently maps to be chosen. I think
Yeah.
it just really comes to the bands that becomes much more crucial, and the thought process that they're going to be putting in as far as these hunters.
Depending on how they feel coming into this match, because round 2, I have to say, goes to the survivors on both teams. They showed that they're able to counter the bonbons and the violinists. So are they confident in just banning the meta, which is the Dream Witch and the Bloody Queen? Especially the Dream Witch of both these hunters are very scary. Now, depending on how they're feeling and what map presents itself, they have a pretty good track record now, and they can say that they've adjusted to the hunters if they're going to choose the same ones, which is the bonbon and the violinist. That also brings the question with NR Sky Zero. He did bring an axe boy in the first round, so maybe NR does want, oh, here we are, we're changing up the hunters. This is another thing we have to discuss, because Aris is coming in, and we've seen how he's been able to hunt in high pressure situations, Articuno.
Yeah, I mean, okay, this really changes things, and I really hope that OSM did their homework to make sure that they also account for Eris coming into the picture. Yeah, let's talk about Eris here. In which case, guard 26 as well as a violinist. Wow. So that said, that kind of changes how OSM has to be thinking about how they'll be going into this banning phase. Wow. That I actually almost forgot that NR had this up their sleeves, where they have two formidable hunters that they could bring to the table. Wow. Wow.
Based
wow.
on my notes, now that they have to shift their attention towards Eris, they have to consider a violinist and a bonbon, because he played that to perfection. To bring it back to the match they had against IVS, Eris was played in Hospital and Moonlit and got had a 4 survivor takedown in both those maps, respectively, with the bonbon and the violinist. So I'm sure OSM is back to the drawing board. No one is out of the woods just yet, and they're really pulling out all the stops in terms of being able to, secure this victory. Both these players, NR is not out of the woods, because they are at a. Wait, let me do the math real quick. They're still at a 5-point deficit.
Right. Oh man, and in this case, they kind of have to pull a plus ultra, as just to catch up in those points. That plus ultra of a solution, I guess, was maybe subbing in Eris by round 3. Are we going to see a ban on violinist this time? Because it did seem that, as far as dealing with Sky Zero's violinist, OSM was comfortable enough. Will Eris's violinist spell a different story going into this banning phase? Or is it OSM coming in with the mindset where it doesn't matter who comes in, that's a specialist at violinist, we know how to play around him and we'll do just fine? That's one thing.
That's a mindset they could bring, but knowing how much is at stake, I have a feeling that OSM and NR aren't looking past anything, and they're reconsidering all the options they have on the table. We know Aris's track record when it comes to Hospital and Moonlit. So him coming to the table at the last hour to help his team really score a victory against OSM is their Hail Mary play, and how they're going to be able to turn the situation, because I have a feeling all survivors are all warmed up. Now it's the hunters' time to be able to score some points, because, as we mentioned before, round 2 really went for the survivors. Now, I don't think the last human is going to change up his strategy anytime soon. He's really going to just have to adapt to the situation of the map and the bans that NR presents to the table. Aris, though, that's the wild card for me. It's really hard for us to predict what is going to happen with that wild man.
Yeah, it's a really nice shakeup that NR is bringing to the table, because it really forces OSM to rethink everything, particularly their survivors, with how they're going to approach this game, because it's going to be a different playstyle that will be a much welcome surprise. Which will be a much welcome surprise of a strategy that NR is bringing to this.
Yeah. And just to echo what you mentioned, play style. You can see that in the second round, they were able to adjust the playstyle of Sky Zero. I think that's a great. That's what's great about having a subbed hunter, just in case, like if a team catches on to the certain playstyle and this certain way that this player likes to hunt, they could just switch it out. And Aris is this fresher man, so OSM really has to adjust and be able to implore their strategy against a fresh hunter that hasn't seen round 1 or 2. So really interesting to see if Aris is the type to be able to hunt right away and just go from 0 to 60 right off the bat, or is he the type of player that needs to get warmed up? Because I'm pretty sure he's been watching, but then it's different when you're holding the controls and manning the ship yourself.
That's true. But I guess with the point that you brought up, on the flip side, you also have to take into consideration that it's been a long day for these players. Eris, while he might not have the warm up, he's going with this fresh with energy and vigor, while the survivors that he's going to be facing on the flip side had to endure 2 rounds of intense games. And this is going to be a test of their stamina and fortitude, needing to keep the energy up, and whether or not they have the mental to deal with this curveball coming in from NR.
Yeah, their mental stack will be tested. We did tell you guys that this match will rise to the occasion, and this is IVC Southeast Asia 2020. So, if the trump card for them is bringing out Aris at the midnight hour for them to be able to score more points, they will try doing it, and we will see how Aris will rise to the occasion and bring those points in for their team. That is NR, because again, if we're going to base it off the first day, he did need one round to warm up before he went into that plus ultra mode where he got all the survivors taken down. So let's see how he was able to adjust in coming into day number 3, because I'm pretty sure the first round jitters are gone already, and now he's really revving up to go.
Yeah. Oh gosh, I'm really, really excited to see how this will pan out for both teams. Again, as far as the halves, the NR Hunter versus OSM Survivor, I think, is going to be a huge determining factor. Let's talk about win conditions real quick here, Potch, based on the points that we have. Again, since it did end in a tie in the second round, OSM is still in the lead with 5 points. Now, what NR needs to avoid is
let me do some quick math.
Sure, go for it. The perfect scenario so that they automatically get the round win. Sorry, because round win isn't a thing. Rather, they need to get more points in order to win this. So they have to at least get a perfect game, number 1, as well as a 3-1 in the other half. Because 2-2 will force a tiebreaker.
Yes.
And it's basically the vice versa for OSM. But that goes to say, again, because of the 5 points that OSM has, it's NR that has their back
against the wall, figuratively. True. Yes, I believe that they need to go for broke. They need to be able to get that 5 point out, that 5 points, just so that they'll be able to extend their life. And Aris is the first one that is hunting first. We're seeing a ban Bonbon and Violinist. Great choice on OSM to ban these hunters because Aris is a menace with these hunters. And as we see the bans on the Survivor side, a Seer, Priestess, and Forward are not going to see the Red Church.
I think this is the smartest move that OSM can make as far as their approach to ban. Since there's not as much information on Eris, just ban out straight up what he brought to the table during the first game that NR played. And in which case, Eris is going to show us what he's capable of by flexing his muscles on the Bloody Queen.
This is the first time I'm seeing his Bloody Queen. Yeah, in IVC, because previous days he did bring out the ones that were banned, which is the Violinist and Bonbon. So I'm really interested to see how he's going to fare in such a great map like Red Church, starting things out outside of Reception. Let's see which he'll turn his sights to. Going to top Broken. Jocket is over there with the signature. Oh, he's over at the Gravekeeper now. And now Aris making sure he just gets a really good placement of that mirror, while Jocket tries to go for a kiting session here, but able to snipe him out. Luckily enough, Jocket was able to dig in and get into that state to eat that hit.
Yeah, just a little bit of a second spot, but it's kind of pleasantly appealing parallel to look at. Aris walking side by side by his mirror image. Luckily for Jocket, expired, lasted long enough, just working around the Reception here.
Another hit was able to get eaten by the shovel. And now not much to work with, and really a bit of a situation here. Able to get the mirror image out, but Jocket still a slippery target, able to maneuver out of the way of the sight of this Bloody Queen. He shifts his sights. Jocket trying to move, trying to maneuver, still over here at Reception, trying to run towards the pallet. Let's see what he gets. Oh wow, missed the pallet hit, and Aris is going to punish him for that. Jocket still buying a lot of time for his team.
Yeah, just the master of ducks and weaves and sidesteps. But you know what? Aris attack, and now I'm just gonna blink straight on you, land that hit, and mission accomplished.
And now setting his mirror image at the graveyard area, one of the safe havens of these survivors, as we're going to see a shared grave here. Jocket did a lot of ducking and weaving for them to pop that one cipher. Lower left side, the coordinator popping another cipher while we Flash on chair rescuing duty.
Yeah, oh gosh. Aris just making sure to keep an eye on what is immediately around him. The rescue is ever so subtly coming in. I mean, the Flash is running Mercenary. It's going to be a much afforded moment. See the time that rescue right there you have it.
Excellent eat on that hit, that body block for the Mercenary. Bring him back, that can rescue, but Jocket the last effort top. Luckily enough, I believe he was able to save him before the half, so he will see the second round in that rocket chair. We see Aris still trying to just snipe away at the ciphers to really disrupt people from pushing those ciphers. We see the Perfumer right outside of the pushing the cipher near the back exit.
Yeah, Aris really wanting to pick up the pace in this game. Just one survivor, second time for this Gravekeeper on the rocket chair. They need to try to break in a bit more if they want to have better footing in this round 3. Now, Aris, okay, looks like he's just keeping that mirror image in check, trying to force pressure across the map. That's definitely what the guy wants to accomplish. He wants to try to slow down the progress of OSM, regardless of the time that was bought by Jocket over here.
And look at this, Narikun going for that save, but look at that block! Excellent utilization of the real estate. Aris was able to just stop the Perfumer from getting that rescue. And now the Gravekeeper will be heading back to the manor while we see two injured survivors, that being the Mercenary and the Perfumer. 2 ciphers left. One is about to pop in favor of the Coordinator. And now the Perfumer, excellent movement there. The mirror image will be chased, and Aris gets a good swipe in for a down Perfumer.
Oh, that was well played here by Aris. Whatever time that he spent extensively towards chasing Jocket was luckily made up for by the swift precision he got by taking down there.
Oh wow, and uses the abnormal just to set the sights on that cipher for it to go down. And now excellent struggle there on the side of the perfumer while the coordinator is still on deck. Very scary situation in terms of survivors because they have to go back to ground zero in terms of pushing those ciphers for them to be able to get out of this compound.
Oh my gosh. Eris really needs to double time here, but OSM on the flip side doing very well. That the stars are aligning for them in this moment. All they have to do is continue to lead this hunter, but it's gonna be tricky. Their image is popped up once again. Eris is slowly closing in. Will he get it though? Yes, he will. First hit onto 9 Novel.
The coordinator still has her crowd control shot. And now we see lower left side, the Flash trying to push that cipher, but Aris is still running abnormal. He is probably going to just ruin that cipher and just be able to just camp out and see what happens. We're going to see some healing done by the perfumer and coordinator as his sight is set on the Flash. An excellent mirror placement, excellent utilization of the elbow pads for him to really get away from the range of this Bloody Queen. But excellent movement there on the side of Aris, being able to pincer the mercenary. He will be falling down, but that delayed effect will buy him a little more time.
Look at Eris though. I love that, knowing very well that this mercenary is going down anyway. Decides to take a quick peek towards making sure that the progress of these ciphers is constantly kept in check.
That's true. Aris being able to just monitor the map from coast to coast, hits the coordinator once again, and now we're back to this cipher at the shack that is barely even touched. We still have a down mercenary because he takes a while to get back up. 9 Nama still has that skill shot to buy some time, and he probably knows that Aris is dealing with using abnormal. His mirror cooldown effect is going down already for him to be able to pinch it. Oh, excellent shot done by the coordinator of OSM to buy him enough time, and we're going to see a healthy mercenary now. Just a little injured, but now he's up and running.
Yes, sir. Luckily, the time spent by Eris did allow the mercenary to get back up in your damage from top. So that's what onto Eris will find it. Yes, he can.
And lower left side of the screen sees that mercenary trying to move around in the real estate here just to get into optimal position. All these survivors are one hit away from falling, and I don't see any ciphers that are being touched right now, so it's a very interesting sight to see as these survivors haven't seen a rocket pair yet, Articuno.
Yeah, I think what OSM is trying to accomplish here is they're trying to draw, whenever they are the target, they're trying to draw Eris as far away as possible from the ciphers that are in progress. But Eris always having the forethought of making sure that he pushes for constant pressure is what spells trouble here for OSM. The fact is, 3 members right now at 50% of their health once again, so they have to be careful here.
And as you mentioned, we are seeing some healing coming from the coordinator perfumer. The Flash, though, trying to push that cipher, but the abnormal again is going to be in effect. He did use his last elbow pad, and now he will use that hit to try to move to a more optimal spot for him to be able to get down. But then again, was able to use his healing. So I'm not sure if Aris wants to even pay attention to this mercenary, because the mercenary is just going to fade away as he's going to bleed out.
Yes, sir. And okay, looks like Eris playing it really smart here. Touch, as you said, decides to focus on either scouting out Mama or Nerukun. Nerukun is at full health once again, though. So ideally, the coordinator might be an essential target here. But take note, coordinator is able to find a bit of treasure in the form of one elbow pad.
True. And the perfumer is at full health with 1 perfume to work with. So I believe Nerukun wants to gain the attention and try to kite as much as possible. Lower left side of the screen sees the coordinator opening up a tool chest just so that he can probably get more utility to work with. Excellent utilization from Nerukun to use that instant perfume to extend her life in this kiting session. Eris now is shifting his attention and trying to move and trying to monitor these ciphers. We are really at the end game here.
Yeah, I am so impressed by both sides right now. OSM really knowing how to keep the balance, so to speak, with the pressure that Eris is putting. And Eris, the micromanagement is in between these survivors and champions, and the level of prediction that he has to put into this at the same time, knowing the right timing to check on things. Impeccable.
Yes, and now coordinator burning that elbow pad just so he'll be able to get out of the sight of this bloody queen. And the mercenary finally sees the chair. Narukun again trying to push that cipher near the back exit of this map. And now Narukun does have a wand to work with. Again, abnormal is going to be used, but as much time as it's going to be used, it will be the progress will be limited as much as the hunter keeps using it. Excellent utilization of that of the movement here by Perfumer. Moving around, Narukun really tempting fate here, just trying to buy as much time for the team as possible. You see a still scared mercenary past the half.
Oh my gosh, there you go, switcheroo Eris on to 9 Mamos here. Mercenary is already halfway through, might not be long for the world. Listen, have to be careful. But I guess what 9 Mamos is doing is he's trying to buy the time that he can. Out, don't drop. Your image though, that's a different mirror. And Terror shock to the trick as 9 Mamos goes down.
9 Mamos had the right idea there, but it wasn't in his favor. Another Perfumer trying to push that cipher, but Aris still again playing keep away, really spoiling any progress from happening. And this match has been lasting for so long. Coordinator is still down, not picking him up because he wants to set his sight on Narukun. And Narukun has not much utility. He's going to have to rely on the reception area for him to kite as long as possible before the Coordinator can actually get back up.
Yeah, take note, that mirror image is right about now. Eris only just make sure that he gets the perfect setup. And there we go. The time is now. He tries to go for that second. He's down the first one, tries to go for the second, and there you have it. That Perfumer is down. But take note, on the flip side, Coordinator is back up and kicking.
And now he's going to set his sights toward this Coordinator. He realizes that he does not want to share any of these survivors because he doesn't want anyone to go for that dungeon. Now he wants to make sure, now he's going to try to move the Perfumer to a better app location just so that he'll be able to, still be able to disrupt Cypher Rush. And because, again, this is the end game, so one pop Cypher can change the tides here. Aris, shifting his sight and moving his attention towards the Coordinator. That abnormal is going to be put into effect, but not quite enough. It's still halfway done, Articuno.
Oh my god, there you go. Matt and Mamos going over that window to Aris Helmet, and instead 8 seconds left until that mirror image is up once again. 9 Mamos trying to establish as much distance in this, and Aris, he's already on his tail. Look at that, was able to close in, but that pallet will do the trick going over there. But oh my god, it's coming down to the wire. Mirror image will be popped once again. Can he get this right? Actually manages to keep himself in check, but no, Perfumer is up again. So this is yet another moment of relief for OSM. Look at this, Narukun already turning his engine straight to that cipher. 78%. Is Eris going to make it in the nick of time? 9 seconds till that mirror image is left, so he really has to make the long walk there.
It is a foot race. Narukun's so close, but he's not quite there just yet. Swing for the hit, no one home, and no utilization. We're going to see a mirror image used, and oh my gosh, Eris, with the patience, knocks down both survivors, and I believe they already used up their shields, so they're not able to self-heal. This could be GG's, and it is. Eris, with the miracle run, ties things up, gets the 5 points for his team.
Oh my gosh, that is, without a doubt, Potch, the most intense game that we've had so far here at the IVC. And, oh my god, top 8 teams, everyone across Southeast Asia, take note. That is some high-level Identity 5 esports that we witnessed right there. Whew,
I just have to commend Aris with the patience. He was really able to set his sights on not just one survivor, but excellent utilization as well as the abnormal, really extending the time for the survivors just to bleed out and use up all their resources, because the longer the survivors stay in that map, the more it favors the hunter, because her skills can cool down and be used again. Well, you saw that the resources of the survivors and their lives were dwindling slowly but surely. So Aris, death by 1,000 cuts, even though he was really able to just hone in piece by piece, he was able to get that 5 points, and now we have ourselves a game, Articuno.
Yeah, oh my gosh, 5 points that NR was able to catch up on. Oh my gosh. Where do I
We did.
even begin? So, you know what? Okay, I don't want to talk about the next game first. Let's go ahead and talk about what happened there. For the longest time, Eris was juggling 3 survivors and 2 ciphers that were painstakingly being worked on by OSM to get popped. Now, I think what became tricky here was the vicinity between these 2 ciphers, which made it much more easier for errors to just kind of keep both ciphers in check. Had the distance been a bit greater, that would have been a lot harder for errors to manage. And we saw how OSM was positioning themselves, trying to get errors away from those ciphers as much as possible, trying to buy enough time just so that one of the survivors that weren't preoccupied were gonna try to pop it. But yeah, let's go ahead and check out this data. I keep on rambling. Gosh.
Oh, just there's a lot to talk about in that match. Containment times, decoding progress. Aris getting 19 hits and 7 downs is just everyone really brought their A game. It was just Aris who was able to really play it to full effect because usually you see a Bloody Queen run blink and then shift to shift to teleport just to be able to stop, but to stop the exit gates from opening. But Aris having the next level thinking, making sure that the last cipher is not popped, so that none of these guys will reach that end game. So excellent stuff on Aris's side. And any questions that were brought up with him having to warm up have been thrown out the window because this man has come to hunt. And him being like benched for a bit and him coming in the last minute, it just shows that NR has a trump card up their sleeve.
Yeah, oh gosh. Double trouble hunter for NR. It's really hard to put into words, to be honest. The micromanagement.
Oh my god! Wait, a thought occurred to me.
Sure, go for it.
If we go for a tie, we could actually see a tiebreaker match.
Exactly.
They're both at 11. Oh, good lord. That is amazing. And these teams are spoiling us with awesome Identity 5 matches.
Like, 2-2 is the safe route. That will at least get them one more set of halves to work with.
Right.
It's very, like, at least the win conditions are very simple. Anything above a half for either side means a win for them.
Yes.
Straight up. Since we're going by the points here. 2-2 is the only safe zone. Oh my gosh. Oh gosh. Wow. I'm particularly just mind blown again. That's not an easy feat to pull off as a hunter. You have so many things that you're taking into account of, but Eris did it. Like,
not to also just also highlight OSM. They had the right strategy. It's just that they were really timed out because of how long they had to stay in that compound. The coordinator had to use up had to use up her shot early on. The Gravekeeper was forced to use his shovels just to extend the kite, and it was very. Usually, you wouldn't see a hunter go after the Gravekeeper first, but Aris just proving that. Yeah, if we get the Gravekeeper out of the way, there's one less rescuer to worry about. So excellent stuff on the side of OSM and Aris because they all came to play. It's just that Aris, with the wherewithal to understand that, okay, I don't want them to reach the end game for them to open that exit gate, nor them to reach the dungeon. So him switching to abnormal. Sorry, I hit my mic just with all the intensity that's happening. Him switching to abnormal was also a great strategy. So kudos, and I'm really excited to see how the flip side is going to work. Last Human and the survivors of NR, because I'm sure they're all warmed up and ready to go.
Yeah, I think the best way to put this is if you're going to look at it from NR standpoint, Eris has gave them a lifeline with that performance in order to make the comeback that they need in this round 3. It all comes down to NR's survivors at this point to step up just as hard as Eris did in that first half. On the flip side, same goes for OSM. OSM's hunter, Last Human, needs to bring that same mojo that he did, so to speak, from the previous rounds and kick it up a notch even further to get at least 3 survivors back to the manor. So there's a lot at stake here, Poch. It's crazy. And I'm glad that with the series that we have, we're ending this weekend on such a high note with the performance that we're seeing from both of these teams.
Yeah, this is one way to end the first set of matches that we've seen. Day 3, who knew that we were going to be treated to such an amazing matchup between NR and OSM? And I know that this is, IVC's first year, but this is going to be in the history books, Articuno. I'll be telling my grandkids about this match and how we were able to witness OSM and NR really push each other to the limit. And I mean, there are rare sports, there are rare moments in esports that you see like teams make each other the best version of themselves. Right. And I think we're seeing that now with NR and OSM. What a great match that we're witnessing now. And everyone watching at home, please just do support your favorite teams right now, because they are really bringing it to the table and really pushing themselves to over and beyond their limits.
Yeah, I mean, just straight up, I'll say it. Like, these two teams right here, we're looking at two teams that are top 4 material in their group. Not to discount the other teams that are in their group just yet. That's the great thing about this group stage and the number of days of broadcast that we have, because we get the opportunity to really mill through each and every game that we have right here, just to see what the road to looks like for who makes it ultimately to the top 4. But yeah, going back to ground here with what we have up ahead, let's talk about picks for Last Human.
Right.
Picks that he brought to the table, solid off the first 2 games, was guard 26.
Yes.
Still a big question on my mind. I go back to what we were talking about before round 3 even started. Is it gonna merit a ban from NR here? Because based on what we saw in round 2, it really did seem like NR knows what to do to work around a bonbon this time.
Yes, that is true. That is a great question you posed, because that was kind of unanswered with the switch of Aris being the anomaly that NR brought to the table. Now we're looking back at the equation we had before. We're going to see the same players, different map, and are we going to see a respect ban for coming out of NR because they were able to handle the bonbon pretty well, and all they have to do is recreate that. The win condition, as we mentioned before, is a 3-person out, and that's what they were able to do at Red Church. So will they go with a tried and tested formula, knowing that, Last Human is also evolving and learning through his matchups between these players? Or will they go for that respect ban, because we do have more banned hunters coming into this 3rd round?
Yeah, oh gosh. Straight up, not gonna lie, I am like, probably members of our audience are the same. Like, I am impatient right now. I really want to get into that pick and ban already, so that we can finally see what comes to light here. Because yeah, can't stress it enough. Pick and ban is already a strong foot start into determining what could be at the road up ahead for these two teams. As far as what can happen in the second half. Yeah.
What can come to fruition, what could be presented to us. Exactly. And I echo the same sentiments with the viewers that are watching. We're so impatient. We've been spoiled with so much amazing Identity 5 action. And actually, another stat that I would want to know is how long that match lasted, because that was really long. I think that's one for the books, and how long it was able to last. But you know what? Speaking of the next match, let's get right into it, because we are headed to the picks and bans. We're going to see a banned Bloody Queen and a banned Violinist. Okay, so the bonbon is up for grabs.
Yeah, in this case, the message is clear. NR is confident that they know what to do if a bonbon comes to play here for OSM's Hunter. Looking at the survivor picks, though, here we go. They're really thinking about this.
Yeah, because the Holy Trinity, the three survivors that we always go to for bans, are not going to be seeing the Red Church, but we are seeing a priestess, a forward, a perfumer, and the Gravekeeper, and we're going to see a hat trick 3 times. Last Human will be bringing out the Bonbon. Let's see if he'll be able to have a redemption arc, or will NR be able to just make their performance, duplicate their performance they had over at Hospital.
I'm looking at this both ways. I love the fact that Last Human is just confident in bringing the Guard 26 to the table with the condition that he'll step it up monumentally going into this round 3. Because it goes both ways. Maybe he also figured out what he was doing wrong in round 2 and he's going to correct that going into round 3 with the improvements that NR put into play. NR on the flip side, straight up love this composition of survivors. The best way I would describe it is evasive maneuvers.
Aurora setting some holy keys here at top broken. Oh wow, able to move a little bit in and out, and he was able to snipe out a early hit on the side of this priestess, and now shifting to middle broken, and we're going to see a lot of bombs put into effect as Aurora tries to buy as much time as possible. So far, Last Human is very focused in tunneling this priestess, moving to back broken.
Aurora really would want to ideally find an area where those forwards could establish such a huge distance. But unfortunately,
watch out!
Coming, the charge comes in.
Oh, not able to drop the priestess in time and able to swipe out the forward. And Last Human is gonna chair this priestess. Great job on Judas's part, being right there, ready for that tackle. And then Last Human is able to drop at the last second for him to be able to extend the dizziness of that priestess.
Yeah, I mean, successful drop plus a hit on that forward. Last Human, I mean, he did it once during round 2. He'll hella do it again as far as the timing of making sure that he drops that survivor to cancel out the forward from getting that charge in. But now, yeah, this is going to be huge for OSM's Last Human. NR, you have to take into account, they played it smart earlier by eventually surrendering the first survivor that was shared. It's a bit tricky to go with that same thought process because you're at round 3 right now. You don't have that same luxury anymore. You got to try to maintain as many survivors as you can. As far as it goes, if they decide to surrender...
Wow, going for that teleport, and as you were mentioning, they don't have that cushion anymore, because if they have one more, we're going to see a tiebreaker, and Last Human does want to get at least 2 survivors down just so that he'll be able to extend that tournament life. And as you're mentioning, they don't have that cushion anymore, Articuno.
Yes, sir, and Last Human is really hell-bent and intent on going in for Judas here. Luckily, NR is playing at the graveyard, so this should, on paper, be able to buy them more time, but this one bomb we're talking about, you might have all these graves and pallets that you can work with, but it doesn't matter if Bonbon can just easily pseudo-close the gap with these bombs.
True, and he is also guarding this cipher because someone was working on it, and he gets one more hit on the forward, one more bomb will do it. We still have some pallets and structures to work with, but this forward is able to juke it out. Oh, excellent hit on the side of Last Human, another down survivor. While the Gravekeeper is still pushing those ciphers, you have possibly another pop cipher, meaning that the dungeon will be revealed, but they want to actually go for the save because they don't want to go 2-2 in this matchup and go for that tiebreaker.
Oh my god, this is huge. Last Human, though, I like that, knowing that there's still 4 ciphers remaining. Okay, now 3 ciphers remaining. Accelerated decoding has come into effect as well. He kind of has the luxury of keeping these ciphers in check, just so that he has more leeway to get more survivors. It's very clear that Last Human isn't playing to get the tie. He's playing to make sure that, I want to make sure that us as a team OSM doesn't go through that tiebreaker opting for the let's go for 3 survivors back to the man.
And that's what Daddy has in mind as he tries to close out that distance. It is slowly ticking away on the side of the fort. Will he be able to make it in time? Last Human's so good when it comes to camping. Needs to hit, but he makes it in time. Daddy making that rescue, and Judas using that rugby ball just to hamper it. And now the Gravekeeper is one that falls, but he's still setting his sight on this forward. 2 ciphers remain, so we're not going to see a tide turn in effect just yet because the perfumer is working on that second to the last cipher.
Ooh, that was nasty. Forward as well as Gravekeeper are down for the count right now. Dylan is in quite the predicament, although Dylan, of course, great forethought, he used this opportunity where last human was distracted, so it's getting that forward, strapped to the rocket chair to try to help out Daddy. But it's still a long shot. Gravekeeper is up right now, but last human, the win condition is so clear. He's one more survivor and 2 ciphers remaining. This is quite the mountain that NR is looking to climb right now.
Yeah, NR needs to go on defensive plus ultra mode or whatever next level they need to attain. But oh my gosh, the Gravekeeper falls to last human, and he is going to use the teleport because he knows that the Gravekeeper can't pick himself back up, and he wants the 4-man out. Or he wants the 4-man down, Articuno. This is actually that very scary of last human being so focused with this bonbon.
Oh my gosh, last human, he is out for blood here. He wants to end this evening on a high note from what we're seeing here. And look at those bombs just coming in left and right. Perfumer suffering that first hit, and it isn't over. Last human and bombs coming in left and right. Perfume has been popped though. Dylan is hoping to go for a juke out, but will that juke out actually be right? So far, so good here for Dylan though. Might actually go over the window still. Actually goes down. Will there be a retreat? No, it's actually Dylan going straight down. It's the full 5 points, baby, for OSM as they end their weekend with a beautiful win. Epic conclusion to this weekend. My God.
GG's on both sides. You know, it's crazy how you see the evolution of Last Human's Bonbon having a 4-person down, a 1-person down, and another 4-person down. So you see the story that was being woven here. But kudos to NR being able to stick with that bonbon, really able to adapt in the second and really taking it to him in the third, and not to mention Aris as well. What a sight to behold when he starts hunting on the side of NR.
Oh man, that was so crazy, Poch. Man, we have quite a number of minutes to discuss this, so I'm not gonna TLDR it for now. Let's start off with the beginning of that match. So convenient, by the way, for Last Human. He was able to get Aurora super early on. And I think, again, I love the composition that NR had. Evasive Maneuvers was the name of the game. They had so much utility to make sure that they prolonged the lifespan to them whenever Bonbon was chasing them. I think what became tricky was Last Human nailed that Priestess down so early on. And in all fairness, after the Priestess, when it came down to 3 survivors, NR was handling it quite okay. It's just that the bloodlust coming in from OSM's Hunter was just so much stronger than what NR was bringing to the table. And it didn't really... It exhausted a lot of their resources just because of how on point Last Human was with managing these survivors and the ciphers.
And
by the way,
it was neck and neck. Seriously, it really went back and forth. This was honestly for me a coin toss with how well these guys played out. Look how evenly matched they were in terms of the scoreboard. So, I still believe NR is a threat to begin with, but OSM was able to edge it out there. And as we were talking about the early seconds, getting that Priestess down was so crucial. I think also the area that the Priestess was in, the top broken area, not much utility to work with unless you break down those walls. But if you do, that's going to take up a lot of time. She did have the Holy Keys, but then again, you're dealing with Last Human's Bonbon here, able to not just snipe out the bomb hits, but really drop the hammer on that Priestess. So You said it best as well. It after that priestess was down, they did put up a fight with the 3 survivors left. The gravekeeper was really doing his job well as the forward, and really going for those rescues. It's just that last human is so dangerous when he gets a survivor in a chair, and that is a narrative we can bring moving forward. And I'm sure that's also what the other teams are looking at when they face against this hunter.
Yes, sirree. Yeah, you know what? Let's go ahead and check out the match data to sum it up. Yeah, as reflected, Aurora losing out a little bit early on 30 seconds containment time, and it eventually sped up to Actually, this is literally the trajectory that it went. Aurora into Judas.
Oh, yeah.
Into Dylan, and then with Daddy. So, and the attack hits again. Last human was just crazy with this bonbon. Probably straight up, just with the 3 games that we saw, probably one of the better bonbons that we have in this tournament right now. Gosh.
I think you brought the word chaos into this conversation, and that is what he brought to the table in this last match. What a way to end the weekend of identity-filled matches, especially in high level. Last human being able to get the 5-point, decisive, very decisive. Could have gone for the 3-1, but he was not satisfied. He wanted out for blood and make sure he made a statement. And here are the match results, ladies and gentlemen. OSM edging out that win in convincing fashion at the end, tying things up at round number 3, but their early lead really solidified them in gaining this matchup.
Oh my gosh. Well played. I might have lost in the predictions, but there's no way I can be mad after witnessing such an incredible game. Again, I can't stress it enough. OSM NR really proving to be contenders in the IVC. Straight up, out of all the games that we have, the best of 3 that we've had so far. And I think they should be very proud of themselves. And you know what? Regardless, NR might have lost the match, but Eris, just well-deserved MVP. Again, the macro and micro management that he's shown is almost on par with some of the top hunters that we've had in the world. So, so much promise in this guy. So much.
Yes, and the fact that he came at the midnight hour for him to be able to edge this one out was insane, and how he was able to really extend the lifeline of NR as they went along here, because getting 5 points is no easy feat against a very well-rounded team like OSM, and for him to do it in such spectacular and calculated fashion, for him to be able to edge it out. I really think we spent like 15 minutes in Red Church in that matchup. It was quite a long match. And I think I was almost running out of breath and about to pass out with what was going on, with how Eris was able to really just snipe out all the knockdowns he achieved in that matchup.
Yeah, I mean, normally long matches, long halves, particularly long games, drain the hell out of me. But that game just really, like, the energy of these players, like the high level play, like you can't help but also have your energy up there where the players are, because that's just some top level play that we're witnessing unravel before our eyes. So even right now, like, I'm starting to feel the fatigue settle in after that.
It's slowly setting in, like, wow, what a crazy match we witnessed. Right?
Exactly. But yeah, no regrets whatsoever. That was such a great game.
Yeah, it was. And we did not lie when we told you that this was one match to look out for. We were treated to an insane match between VX and MP, but man, ending things with a bang was NR versus OSN. I'm pretty sure all the viewers at home have become fans of these players. And if you guys actually watch the tie stream, I think Jockett is the one being interviewed now. So let's talk about the match while we wrap things up.
Oh my gosh.
Any highlights, lowlights, just learnings? Let's do a SWOT analysis.
Oh my god. What are we talking about here? We're talking about the game, or are we talking about the match as a whole?
Let's do the match as a whole. Like, just cause
where do I even start? Okay, you know what? Yeah, let's try to narrow it down to our favorite moment in that best of 3.
I think for me, them OSM being able to bounce back after Well, they didn't really. They started on even footing. Actually, bouncing back would actually be an understatement because they were all even. We were at Eversleeping's Town at the start, and we did highlight that the tram was a very scary hunter, to be honest.
Right.
That being a factor. And then one of the highlighting points was just the Bonbon performance in the first and third round of Last Human, for me, because he played Bonbon to perfection. Even though that Bonbon does have really good camping, but map presence can be hampered when he's guarding a survivor that is shared. He was still able to prioritize moving around the map and being able to adjust from that second round, because it seemed like the NR was able to catch a scent of how he plays his Bonbon and not really overextending themselves in terms of them being down while they make that rescue.
Right. And like, just in case you guys are wondering why I'm looking down, actually out my phone right now, straight up trying to find out if Eris has a stream that I can watch. Because talking about my favorite moment,
There we go.
I am super appreciative of when players exhibit high level play. The interesting thing about when you're a hunter is obviously, unlike survivors, like you have your team to, you have a collaborative effort going on.
Right.
You have a team to boost your morale if things are getting all the more intense during a game. But when you're a hunter, it's a different story. You only have your own thoughts, nobody else to shot call for you. It's your own mind turning all the gears and cogs to make the decisions happen. The game plan is yours and yours alone to make in those very moments. And the fact that we saw such a high level of macro and micro play come in from Eris in those last moments of the first half of round 3, that automatically makes me a huge fan. Like, straight up, very, very impressive. Again, probably one of the best moments I've casted in Identity 5, because a lot of my best moments are straight up at Call of the Abyss. Like, rarely does it happen where on a regional level I see a moment like this that just blows my mind away. So yeah, highlight for me, straight up, that's a no-brainer.
And for me as well, I've only been casting this game for a year, but I think we witnessed Identity 5 history, and only in the regional scene with how crazy NR and OSM were able to really push each other and really give us one heck of a matchup. Let's also talk about some of these survivors, because you know what? Jacket with that forward and still shifting to the Gravekeeper, really being able to buy a lot of time. Not to mention as well on the other side, Dylan with that Perfumer. Just these NR and OSM seem like a very complete team on paper now that they've evolved and they faced each other, because they can rely on the hunters, but then if you look at the second round, they also have the survivor X factor for them to be able to get points when they're on the surviving side.
Definitely. And you know what? I'm just really proud to have these two teams in our top 8 right now. I've said that I've become an NR fan. OSM has my attention as well after that. Last Human, I mean, like, trying to build a narrative around that name, like, no surprise if it comes to the Last Human on Earth, because that was some high IQ aggression that he's shown us especially during that last round. I'm just really blown away. It's hard to formulate thoughts right now, but you know what? As we end this day, let's go ahead and check out today's results as what unfolded. First game, of course, VX straight up getting the win against Mad Penguins. The surprise in our first match, by the way, is there was a lot of expectation that VX was going to go into a round 2. Mad Penguins, proven to be the Mad Penguins that they are indeed, went the extra mile, forced it into a round 3. That in itself was an accomplishment that they should be proud of.
Yep, and Anything's with a Bang was OSM versus NR. OSM edging NR out just by, just at the last round, at the last game. It was very dominant at the start from round number 1. Round 2, we saw a stalemate, and then the trump card of NR, Aris, the man, the myth, the legend, was able to turn things around for them, giving their team that boost. And now let's check out the team groupings. Firstly, at Group A, VX on top. followed by GK and 7H and MP, slowly but surely trying to climb those rankings.
Oh my gosh, this is really, really good. VX and GK definitely looking good in Group A. Group B, OSM as well as NR. It's really hard to call right now because I want a bigger sample size with how Group B might turn out, because I'm still not sure what DT and IVS can bring to the table. And a second game is really needed just so that we can get a better feel of how that'll go down.
Yep, I'm really excited for next week and how the matches are going to play out. Now that we have this narrative, and now that we know that these what teams need to really push it and what teams need to maintain that lead, and VX leading the pack, GK not too far behind, 7H and MP are still trailing behind, and they're not one to be looked past, ladies and gentlemen, because as these group stages go along, it's really important for you guys to catch every single match to see the development of your favorite teams.
Exactly, and it's the best way to put it, Potch. To be honest, this is the point in time where the narratives are really starting to build up, and it's a great time to also start, as a fan of Identity 5, choose the team that you want to support. We've already had the playing field in front of you. Do you want to support the front runners? Are you more of a fan of the underdog stories wherein they might be losing but show so much promise? This is such a great platform to do that. And I can't stress enough, I love that IVC has this sense of diversity in this tournament. But you know what? Let's check out next week's match. On the 9th of October, same 6 o'clock actually, this time GMT +8. It's going to be 7 High versus GK taking the stage with our second match leading up to IVS versus DT.
Yep. Next week, same time, same place, different cast of characters. We're going to see how 7 High is going to fare out with one of the pack leaders, that is GK, and, with a big target on them. And I'm ready to see IVS versus DT, because this is a dogfight that these two teams want to get some points on the board. So we might actually see a potential barn burner in that match as well. So it's really important for all you guys to support your favorite teams in coming into these matchups. They have a week, or they have 5 days to prepare coming into that next match. But as of now, you know what? Kudos to NR and OSM. They need some well-deserved rest and, celebratory it's at whatever how they want to celebrate, because they just gave us one heck of a show.
Yes, sir. And you know what? As we near the conclusion of our stream, do you have any final thoughts, Potch, on what has become of the first weekend and what you're excited about moving forward?
I think this is the moment I'll be telling people that when Identity 5, especially Southeast Asia scene, is really leveling up and really becoming a contender when it comes to the global stage. So for those of you watching out there, you guys have witnessed history in one of the most amazing Identity 5 matches. So give yourselves a pound on the back. We all love and support you guys that are watching at home, and all the teams, I'm pretty sure, I just want to reach out to you guys and thank you for making the Identity 5 esports scene alive and well in Southeast Asia. So thank you so much for tuning in. That's all I could say. I'm just filled with so much excitement and love from the Identity 5 community. So
yes, sir.
Awesome stuff.
And with that said, this has been the Identity 5 Championship 2020 Southeast Asia Arctic and Potch. Be sure to check us out on social media for more updates. I'm doing a few streams myself. If you want me to catch your games, you guys in the audience, you can get that chance. But for now, we're going to take some well-deserved rest along with the teams. Catch you guys next week, and I'm so excited. And Southeast Asia, it's your spotlight. This has been the IVC. See you guys next time.